Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Planning Commission meeting of September 25th, 2024. And can we start with our flag salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And with that, we move on to our our TV coverage announcement. Mr. Villalobos?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County and Santa Barbara Television CSB TV at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website, as well as the county's YouTube channel, and will be available for download in a day or two. Should I move on to roll call?
Please.
All right, Commissioner Cooney.
Here. Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And Chair Bradley.
Here.
And for the record, Commissioner Martinez is absent today.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to our agenda status report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. In regards to the status of our agenda, we have 4 items on our standard agenda. The first one is the appeal of the Laguna Blanca School, and then we have the Cannabis ordinance amendments, and then we have 2 items from long-range planning, the SB 35 Coastal Zone ordinance amendments, and then the outdoor lighting and sign ordinance amendments. And it's my understanding that staff and applicants are ready to present on all those items today.
Thank you. I've had quite a bit of feedback over the last week leading up to today's agenda, and I'd really hope to switch public comment and put that next, and then go to the projection report so we get some public feedback. So with that, I have some speaker slips, and some of them did not I think one of them is for an ordinance item later in the agenda, but we have a few public comments from Harry Rabin, and your public comment time is limited to 3 minutes. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you, esteemed commissioners, for having me here. I'm here today representing over 270 concerned members of the Montecito community through our neighbors of the Miramar Association, and all whom have signed
Recording
a petition.
in progress.
Pardon? Signed a petition that I'm holding here in my hand against this expansion of the Miramar Hotel as it currently stands. The proposed expansion of the Rosewood Miramar Hotel demands more eyes on this matter and not less. We cannot circumvent the public process by leaping over the Montecito Planning Commission. The MPC is a legally official public entity appointed to vet the issues facing Montecito. The interpretation of the statute Mr. Caruso and team are using, and by which Ms. Plowman is interpreting, needs to be aired, meaning the interpretation can indeed be seen in a different way, which is why the Montecito Planning Commission needs and still needs to consider this. The statute also clearly states, namely, the following shall remain within the jurisdiction of the County Planning Commission unless the Board of Supervisors directs that the Montecito Planning Commission shall have jurisdiction. This jurisdictional issue has yet to come before the Board of Supervisors, and it should be scheduled immediately to ensure that county planning is in place to make any decision on the Miramar project. Unless is a big word, and to skip over the proper jurisdictional process is a regulatory error. 54,000 square feet, 22 shops in total. That is a shopping mall. And all this is nothing to be rushed through approval. Hundreds of concerned residents know exactly who the true beneficiary of this project will be. That's the Miramar Hotel and not the community in its current state of planning. It is the residents in this community that will be shouldering the risk and be subjected to a reduced quality of living in Montecito. Clearly, a traffic study needs to be done by peer review and not by those proposing the Miramar's expansion. But I ask you, is that not an impossible task right now, given all the construction on the 101, with 3 out of 4 ramps in the area closed till 2026. This construction is literally parallel on the whole quarter-mile long length of the Miramar Hotel. You know, with over 60 tours alone listed on the SB 101 Roads website, with bi-weekly traffic accidents and incidents around this area, there's no way to produce an accurate traffic and safety report. You know, our main report is quite clear here. Our main point, is here clear here. This process cannot be rushed. It's reckless with a project of this magnitude and an impact on our area that could be a century-long impact. There's no immediate urgency here to rush through this. None.
Mr. Rabin, you've got your 3 minutes, so we need to wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay, I have 2 speaker slips for, I'm sorry. Yes.
Madam Chair, I think we have some information that would be informative for the public speakers on this matter. We have been working diligently to identify a process where the MPC will have an opportunity to provide a recommendation to the County Planning Commission. And so that's part of what we were going to discuss with agenda management. But I'm happy to say that we will have the item come to the County Planning Commission on October 9th because it's been scheduled. And we have there's a reason why we need to hear it, and I can explain that. But the Planning Commission would hear the item, take some public comment, and then we will continue the item to another hearing date. And in between, we're going to take the item to the MPC on their special hearing date on the 18th of October. They will have the opportunity to provide a recommendation to the County Planning Commission. Then we will come back for a special hearing that hopefully we'll be able to set today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I know we can talk more about that in your projection report, right?
Sure. Yep.
Okay, so I have 2 speaker slips for Karen Hammenstein. I think one is regarding an ordinance later on the agenda, but did Ms. Hammenstein want to speak under public comment? Yes. All right, thank you. Again, regarding anything that's not already agendized on today's schedule.
This is a general comment.
Okay,
My name is Karen Hallenstein.
sorry.
Yeah. I'm a lifelong resident born in Lompoc. And the reason why I'm here today and coming to the Planning Commission meetings now, probably in the future, is because I have been the victim of lawfare by my neighbors. My neighbors Susan Ashbrook and Derek McLeish, who hand-walked an ordinance through this commission. And this commission may not be aware that it has acted in a purely partisan way and for the personal gain of my neighbors when you decided to target my family's property and our neighborhood of Sabata Canyon, accusing us of crimes with rooster fighting. And you may not have been aware of this at the time, but what's actually happening on the ground, you should have come and investigated before you got involved in behaving in purely partisan ways and for people's personal gain. What it has done, you have, by the way that this was handled, and I believe it stemmed from guidance from Joan Hartman, and the way that ordinance was walked through the county. What it did is it disabled my neighbor, who's a Hispanic man, from building his home on his property. And it's resulting in a lawsuit where my neighbor is most likely going to prevail. It's going to cost the county a settlement, which was unnecessary. I am not a cockfighter. I have never been involved in any kind of illegal activities with animals. And the fact that it was presented to this board here that there was illegal activity going on APN
You have 20 seconds left. Yeah.
060-066.
We want to make sure we hear you, but you have 15 seconds.
Yeah, 066 is outrageous. And I want to caution you against making mistakes like that in the future. And I'll make my other comments on the cannabis ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a brief response. I'd like to
Yes,
make.
stay at the podium.
Ms. Howenstein, the rooster ordinance never came to the Planning Commission. We never processed it. It went directly to the Board of Supervisors. Sometimes matters are deemed matters that are not land use matters. Okay, I don't make that decision. That's made elsewhere. And that was essentially the decision that was made. So it never went before the
That
Planning
was a
Commission.
land use code, and it started at the planning division.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
It was a land
No,
use
it
code.
never went through the Planning Commission. Believe me.
So how did they do that then?
They took it to the board, whoever
it's-
they was, which our staff basically, took it to the Board of Supervisors. So we've never heard the rooster ordinance. We had nothing to do with it. Believe me, I would have been very involved had it been, because so much of the commotion over it came through the 3rd District. I'm the 3rd District Planning Commissioner.
That's my
I'm glad to talk to you sometime, and
I'd
neighbors
love
or
to.
anybody in
I'd
Sabata
love to
Canyon.
meet
I have
with
a
you, John.
long relationships with people in Sabata Canyon. I can't really do anything about the rooster ordinance,
So,
but we
yeah.
can talk
Yeah.
some other time, just
We
not
should.
now about this. Okay,
Great.
thanks.
Thanks. Well, this
Great.
is
You
general
guys
public
can follow
comment.
up.
Thank you.
That's excellent. Okay. And we'll hear from you on the item later, too. Our next speaker under public comment is Emiliano Campobello. Oh, I'm sorry, this is on the cannabis ordinance, never mind. And also Ron Puliche. Is he in the room? Here we go.
Seems a little bit strange being on this side of the mic.
Yes,
but,
welcome.
It happens sometimes. I'm glad to hear that our planning commissioner, or planning director, decided to send this back to us. I was unaware of that this morning when I woke up, but there's been quite a few days of deliberation and discussions with the CEO of the commission, of the county, as well as others. I just want to say that I would be assured, I would believe that you, as a planning commission, know that the Montecito Planning Commission cares dearly about our community plan and what's directed in our county, particularly in our town of Montecito. We've worked, this is what you're going to be looking at, and it's a lot of work. All 5 of us have spent hours looking at the Montecito plan, the affordable housing, and the infrastructure associated with it. And it's a daunting task, and I don't understand why necessarily the North County would be so deliberate to want to work on this. However, I know Mr. Cooney is quite familiar, and I think, Laura, you are as well. I don't know, John, if you've been looking at this at all, but we have, and hopefully we'll be able to give you a recommendation that makes good sense to you. I was going to say a lot more, but it's unnecessary after hearing what Ms. Plowman has said this morning. So, in future considerations, I would think that we would not go down this track where we make this quick decision to move things along. I know we have a lame duck supervisor in our district, so things happen sometimes in the 11th hour. And sometimes that's not a good choice. But without bad-mouthing anybody, I want to thank you for the minute or two that I have. And good
Mr.
luck.
Puliche, you might want to remind everybody, you serve on the Montecito Planning Commission, correct?
Yeah, I could say that.
Yeah,
Yes.
say that.
Yeah, for 6 or 7 years, I've been on the planning commission. I chaired it for the last 2 years.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
Thanks.
to ask a
Oh, and we have a question.
Are you coming to the hearing before this commission on October 9?
Yes, I'll be there.
Okay. We're sort of limited right here where we are right now because this is not agendized, so I can't really address the matter.
I understand.
Okay, you understand that?
Yeah.
I think you'll be surprised at the depth of particularly my connection with this very parcel.
Yeah, I understand your parents grew up in Montecito, I think?
It's going to go more far than that, but we talk about that October 9.
Sure. Yeah, just long-range planning, without knowing what was going to happen, I thought it was incumbent upon me to show up. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is, pardon me, Katie, what? Katie Mangan.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Katie Mangan, and I'm here this morning on behalf of the Miramar and Caruso. Our application for the Miramar is the only project involving affordable housing in Montecito, a community known to have some of the most expensive housing and lowest housing availability of any region in the county and the state. And the Miramar was approved, or was deemed a site appropriate for housing in the housing element, approved and certified by local and state officials. We appreciate the County Planning Department's diligence and attentiveness in reviewing and processing our application and readying it for public hearing. Over the course of the past 2 years, we have conducted extensive community outreach and made changes to our plan in response to what we heard from the community, including reducing the market rate apartment component while increasing the affordable housing component, and we're proud to have earned widespread community support. The county has deemed the application complete and consistent with state law, and we request that the application be brought to hearing and processed without delay. The county has determined that the County Planning Commission has jurisdiction over the application because it involves affordable housing. We respectfully request that the county continue to fulfill its obligations to implement its housing element and process consideration of our application without delay and within the framework of the Housing Accountability Act and state law. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our last speaker, I think, is on Zoom. No, I'm sorry. Yes, correct. Last speaker is on Zoom. Mr. Villalobos?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have one hand up. David Paul.
My apologies. That's I'm going to be commenting on the regular agenda item number 1, the pull-in amendment.
Okay, thank you.
And I apologize, we had one other speaker, Joe Cole, under public comment. Mr. Cole.
Yes, thank you. My name is Joe Cole. I'm a resident of Montecito for about 40 years, land use attorney and real estate attorney. I completely agree. My recommendation is that you go to the Montecito Planning Commission with their recommendations back to you. The reason is, and I wanted to give you a little bit of unique perspective, because I was on the Planning Commission appointed by Salud Carbajal when the Miramar was heard the first time. There are a lot of issues that, if you're from the 4th District, you may not have spent a lot of time like the Montecito Planning Commissioners have. As you know, we have our own community plan, we have our own architectural guidelines, we have 3 special service districts, fire, water, sanitary, that have their own take. It's a complex piece of property. You got the freeway, you got the railroad, you got the ocean. There's lots of issues. And 10 years ago, it took us 2 10-hour hearings to get through them all. And we approved it 3-2, overruled later by the Board of Supervisors. So unless you're all volunteers, just like the Montecito Planning Commissioners are volunteers. If you want this dumped on you and have to spend days without the history that you get from dealing with all the issues I just talked about, hearing after hearing after hearing, where you get an idea what size, bulk, and scale might mean, not in isolation. So I applaud, again, let it go to the Montecito Planning Commission, come back to you. I'll be here on October 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now our last speaker on Zoom, unless are there any public comment slips, Mr. Reed? Okay. So these are the last speaker slips we'll consider under public comment. Okay.
And Madam Chair, I do actually have another hand.
I'm sorry, these are for other items. Thank you. So this is our last speaker on Zoom.
Okay. Cliff Garrison is our next speaker.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's good afternoon. Hi, my name is Cliff Gerson. I'm a resident of the Montecito area, Humphrey Road, about a block away from the Miramar. Thank you for taking my call. I'm currently calling you pub in jolly old England, as a matter of fact. But at any rate, I wanted to let you know that there are many complexities, as previous speakers have mentioned, regarding this Miramar project. But it's not just the Miramar. There are many things going on in the expansion of Biltmore, Coral Casino, issues at the Music Academy.
Mr. Garrison, I think that our connection seems to be a little unstable here. Are you, can you hear us?
Quite on, we feel the shape of the committee be go.
Mr. Garrison, we can't hear you like at all, so I don't know if there's anything we can do, but
And it looks like he has left the Zoom meeting.
Okay.
So he may have lost connection.
okay. Well, then that's going to conclude our public comment. That concludes our public comment. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which will be our projection report. Now we've had all that information. Let's get into the projection report.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, in light of what Director Plowman mentioned earlier, I'm going to try to walk through the projection report. And we're going to be proposing some days for special hearings and just kind of walk through some dates for the commission to be aware of. So the first one is in light of our agenda today and some of the public comment we received and looking at timing, there may be a need to have another hearing on a couple of the items on the agenda today. So we're looking for the commission to look at reinstituting October 2nd as a hearing date. That we'd had canceled it previously, now we're bringing it back. Mr. Villalobos is about to lose his mind on all the date shifting, but so we're looking at October 2nd as it was a regularly scheduled hearing. So we're just asking for the commission to just reinstitute that with the motion. That would allow us for any items on the agenda today to be rolled over to that date, would be next week. So that's October 2nd.
Thank you. And do we hear a motion for that? Or
There's
do we
probably
want
going to be
to
other
wait?
dates if you wanted to group the motion to include all the dates, or we can do it one at a time. It's up to you, Madam Chair.
That's fine. We can, do you want to wait for the whole? I'm happy hearing the whole projection and then we'll add dates.
We may be breaking them up depending on what dates you come up with, but we'll wait till the end then. Go ahead.
I want to speak to October 2nd when we get to the right time.
Okay, so then the next date, or the next hearing on our schedule is October 9th. And as we've been hearing today, the item on that date is the Miramar development. There are also two other items on that date, which is a outdoor cannabis cultivation in the Buellton area, and then an appeal of a cannabis cultivation on Foothill Road. And then moving down on the hearing schedule, as Director Plowman had indicated, The Miramar is being set to be heard at the Montecito Planning Commission on October 18th. And then when we look at the County Planning Commission on October 30th, we have 2 items on there right now. There was a third yesterday, but it was moved. Right now on October 30th, we have the Sable Offshore Corporation Change of Owner Project, as well as the continued item for the Appellant appeal of the Sentinel Park Resources truck. That's on October 30th. And then we're asking the commission today to set a special hearing for that Friday, November 1st, to hear the Miramar project again.
Okay.
So those are the 2 dates that we're asking the commission to set, October 2nd and November 1st. And then on November 6th, we have the Harwood appeal of the YMCA alteration hours. We had continued it to that date. And then November 6th, we have another project development plan having to do with the water suppression tank. November 13th, as of right now, there are no items projected. And then moving to December 4th, we have a capital improvement program from long-range planning, and then we have Senate Bill 9 ordinance amendments and other telecom ordinance and other ordinance amendment package on December 4th. December 11th, we had moved the Strauss Wind Energy Project to December 11th. That was on October 30th. And then we have an appeal of the SoCal Gas in North James. Oh, that's Montecito. Sorry. So just to make things more confusing, is October 30th is the Sable project. We may be looking at moving, it's currently scheduled for Santa Maria, but Sable and all the interested parties may be located in South County, so we'd be asking for that to be located into a Santa Barbara hearing for if Sable stays on that. If not, then on October 30th, we could hear the Strauss Wind and the Appellant in Santa Maria. But I think we're looking at keeping Sable on the 30th.
Keeping Sable and Appellant on the 30th, but in Santa Barbara.
In Santa Barbara.
All right. Okay, so it seems like there are 3 changes to the report we have printed in front of us. Was October 2nd, reinstituting it, adding in November 1, and then switching October 30th to Santa Barbara. Do I have that right? Okay, let's hear from our commission. Commissioner Cooney was up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, our staff and support is working very hard to make these hearings all possible. I think, except in extremely unusual circumstances, we should support the changes. I would move that. I do want to indicate that I will not be present for the 30th, and am disappointed by that. But I think the most important thing is that we get these hearings on the schedule and determine them as recommended. So my vote is to accept the changes mentioned by Mr. Wilson.
Okay, Commissioner Park?
I have the opposite. October 2 is just next week, right? And this is the first I've heard of that. I had multiple conversations with people in P&D about dates. Yesterday, I never heard anything about this October 2 hearing. I have a very difficult conflict with that. And enough's enough. If I'm asked to do something with less than a week's notice, and it's for what matters I don't even know, I'm not going to come to this. I can't. I'm not going to change my plans.
Okay.
It's asking a lot.
Thank you. Commissioner Weed?
Yeah, my objection to this is for the October 30th meeting. If we move that to Santa Barbara, which makes sense for Sable, I think it's quite inappropriate to move the Sentinel Peak project to Santa Barbara. It's a North County project. It needs to be heard in Santa Maria, not Santa Barbara.
Okay, do we have other opinions about the move location?
So, Madam Chair, in regards to the Sentinel Peak, we can reschedule that to a different date towards the Santa Maria hearing.
Okay.
So then that would just reserve the 30th only for Sable.
Okay. And, I mean, part of the reason to reinstitute October 2 was it became available, and also if there's anything maybe continued from today, so once we get through today, maybe there won't be anything on October 2, right? It would have to be an item continued from today. Do I have that right?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, that's correct. So the request was to just make October 2nd available as a hearing date. In case there was items from today, the Commission would want to roll over to that. It doesn't mean that another date couldn't be selected based on the hearing today. That just gave the Commission maximum flexibility to have a hearing if they wanted to.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I think we all want to apologize for the balls in the air. There's a lot we're trying to juggle at this year end, and so a lot of moving parts. But it doesn't have to be on the 2nd. It can be another date. We just identified that at the end of the day yesterday as a possibility because it's a Wednesday. That's a normal county PC date, but they can be a different date.
Okay. I do want to make sure that the Commission is on board with the procedure that staff is suggesting for the Miramar case, because we heard from public comment on that. So, I mean, I have a question, but does anyone else have a question for staff about that? Commissioner Park?
Will you have ample time to document the recommendations from the Montecito Planning Commission meeting, which I presume will be, well, would that be like the 18th or something, for our October 30 hearing?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, we did not identify October 30th as a date for the.
Oh, I'm sorry, November 1 hearing.
November 1, yeah. Yeah, we will have sufficient time to be able to document the recommendation.
Okay, and I would like to personally attend the Montecito Planning Commission hearing simply because, written recommendations are one thing, but hearing all the comments of the commission members during the hearing and public in their hearing, it'll be something I would find useful. And I presume there wouldn't be a Brown Act violation unless all of us went. And probably Mr. Cooney may go or may not, but I'd like to go. Is that a problem?
Mr. Chair, I think if you come, you sit in the audience and you observe and don't participate, it won't be a problem.
Yeah.
And same for Commissioner Cooney. And we know Commissioner Bridley is conflicted out, so
Right.
she won't be attending.
So, so my only question about it was, what is the logic in having us start it, then go to MPC, and then have it come back to me? I really don't understand that when we're really interested in, well, I'm not going to be voting on that item, but in general, if this is especially a trend in future housing projects, how, in Montecito, why does that make sense? To start at CPC, go back to MPC, and come back?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an unusual set of circumstances. If we had known about this provision of the code, we would not have set it up this way. But we had scheduled it for October 9th, and there's a limit to the number of hearings that can be had on this project, and we don't want to, and now that we've scheduled it, October 9th will count as one of our 5 hearings, and we do not want to waste that hearing. We want the public to be able to participate, to come and make public comment, give the Planning Commission an opportunity and the public to hear the presentation, as well as the MPC members. You can take public comment, the Planning Commission can ask questions, get information out there that the MPC can take advantage of. We'll be able to make use of that hearing that would count regardless of whether we do anything or not. And then it will go to the MPC. They will get a presentation similar to the CPC, It's just more information out there at this time. So it's kind of a technical reason, but then they will have their opportunity to make their recommendation, and then it will come back to the county PC. So it's a little unusual, I recognize that, and normally I probably wouldn't have set it up this way, but I think this is because of that technical reason, I think is the best approach at this point in time.
Well, that section of the code is very interesting, and I'm pretty sure that is the code section we reviewed the 101 under in terms of a
is.
similar process where MPC
is.
gave us
Yeah.
very helpful information as we took on the 101 links.
Yep.
And so if this is how staff is approaching any affordable housing in Montecito, I'm hoping then it can go in the normal order, go to MPC for comments. And, I understand that there's 5 hearings. I appreciate that. I respect that. I think the Miramar is going to do a good job at each one of those hearings. But, again, to start at CPC and go to MPC just is,
It's a little
doesn't make
unusual.
any sense.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't think the 5 hearings doesn't say it has to be done in 6 months or even 8 months. We know we want to get it through. So the timing is what's confusing me.
Okay. Understood. I think in the future, if I had known, as I said, about that provision in the code, things would have been different. And we would have set it up differently. And I think if we see another affordable housing project in Montecito, it will be a different process. But we were sort of caught by surprise by it. Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. Commissioner Park?
As a practical matter, I agree this is unusual, but I think it will work very well, and I'll tell you why. We will get a staff report, we'll get material, this Planning Commission, before the October 9 hearing. We should take that opportunity to review it carefully and come to the meeting knowing it won't resolve the matter on the 9th, but we'll hear from the public, we'll hear a staff report. We may hear from Montecito Planning Commission members as members of the public, however they want to do that. That's all fine. And we should come out of that hearing with identification of the issues by the county planning commissioners that they want further information on. Okay? I'm very familiar with the law here, probably more than anybody in this room other than some of the planners and county council. And I'll have some legal questions. But I want to identify them. I want to identify them on the 9th so that they will be there in front of the Montecito Planning Commission when it has its hearing, and so that when we have our resumed hearing on November 1, it won't be our first shot, it'll be our second shot. We'll understand it better, we'll have those questions answered, and we'll all do a better job serving the community of Montecito.
Own up on that Montecito community plan. Okay, so did we get the motion done and passed on the additional? No, let's go back to that. Were you poised to do that, Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, I believe I am. With the discussion and the pertinent points made by commissioners, my motion is to support the date changes and structure of the future hearings as we know them now. Not to say that we couldn't change them, but I would propose that we adopt as recommended.
Is there a second?
Well, I'm confused. So that includes October 2nd? I'm going to vote against this motion if it includes October 2nd. That was the prior motion, and so unless that's taken out, I'm going to oppose the motion. And I'm not going to be very happy about it.
Should we do it date by date? Maybe that's the way to go. You want to retry that?
Well, I think that's the only problem. Commissioner Park is a valuable member of this commission. I would like as many commissioners as possible to be at every one of these hearings. And if he's not able to attend on the 2nd, and it is just a week away, I'll accept the October 2nd recommendation, accept it as if take it out of the motion, and so my motion respects all of the other dates and changes.
Then I'll second.
Okay, so now we've got November 1 and And the change in venue for Sable and, I can't read it, SB can appeal. So are we clear on the motion?
So just a clarification, so October 30th is just change of location. I'll work with staff as far as the other items on there. So that was to Commissioner Reed's point. So SB more than likely won't be on that. It won't be on there. We'll relocate that to a Santa Maria hearing date.
Okay.
So as of right now, the way the projection report would be structured would be a special hearing on November 1st, and then October 30th would be a relocation to Santa Barbara with Sable as the only item on the projection report.
Okay. Oh, well, maybe there's room there. Okay.
And then today, staff will work to figure out another date where if the commission needs another date to continue a particular item, then we can try and identify that today. That works for everybody.
Oh, yeah. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, just a heads up in terms of what Ms. Plowman just indicated. We had some conversation yesterday. I do anticipate that we will be looking for another date to continue the cannabis ordinance matter that we hear later today. You know, it's possible we would finish it today, but I'm very doubtful about that. So I will look forward to coming up with another date to continue that matter.
Well, maybe there's room on the October 30th. I don't know. Anyway, I'll let staff do your magic.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Yes.
And we have a second.
Yeah, Director Plowman, were you adding?
Oh, I was just suggesting that Commissioner Cooney will not be here on the 30th.
Oh, right, never mind. Sorry. This is confusing. We're doing the best we can, but I think we are clear, right? And our excellent staff is keeping better notes than I am. So, all right, then let's have, do we need a roll call vote? No, just all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We're having some fun now. Okay, now we move on to our direct informational reports by the planning commissioners that tell us about what they're doing in the community. Does anybody have something to report? I see 2 lights on, but are you, okay. Commissioner Reed?
Last night, I had the pleasure of attending a very enthusiastic community workshop regarding the Constellation and Apollo projects, a couple of items that we rezoned during the housing element, and invited all those concerned to follow the item whenever it comes up on our agenda. And I invited them to express their opinions in the spirit of both transparency and public participation, which was well received.
Commissioner Reed, what was the second project? Is it Constellation and which one?
Apollo.
Apollo, okay. Thank you. And Commissioner Park?
You know, I didn't attend that meeting, and Commissioner Reed did because of the redistricting, and that's now in his district. It kind of flipped. And it's kind of funny because Mr. Reed referred to the Sentinel project. If you look very, very carefully at the districting maps, all of that area is in the 4th District, but there's a little finger that sticks out and captures the Sentinel project. I don't know why that is, but no, I don't know why a lot of things are in the world. One thing I would suggest is we have those beautiful foam core mounted giant district maps. Mm-hmm. I don't know if one's right behind the door or mounted in the room somewhere. I'd love to see one being available, okay, at our hearings, so we can locate where projects are, because I don't always understand where things are from the staff reports and other things, and it's just a suggestion. Mm-hmm. Now, another little minor thing, but it's kind of concerned me, is communications with planning commissioners folks should know that everything you communicate in writing should actually go to Mr. Villalobos. He puts it in the public record. So if you send me something or Mr. Reed something, we have to turn it in and go through that process. It's a pain in the neck. I'm getting a ton of email, I'm told, from people that tell me I don't read their email, and they say, isn't your email your old law school, your law firm address? And I say, no, because I've been retired 4 or 5 years. And Mr. Cooney's been retired from his firm that he was at for a very long time. And don't be sending emails to addresses that aren't on the website. If you look on the county website, it shows my personal email address. It's that easy. It's that easy to do that. Now, why am I even talking about this? Because there's something worse I've seen, and that is lately, my wife's cell phone is getting messages on planning matters, and I don't like that. That's creepy, and it invades her privacy. Those things from my world need to go to me, and my cell phone is right there. My personal cell phone is right there on the county website. I don't know how. I suspect there are internet services that do reverse things and search for people's things, but I don't want any more phone calls going to my wife's cell phone. I want people here that are watching, listening, look on the County Planning Commission webpage of the P&D website, and you will see contact information, and we'll get it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. And Commissioner Reed, did you have
Yeah, one more comment to dovetail on that. This cannabis odor project item, it's for the first time I'm getting lots of emails to my personal email address, which I've never published, is not on the county website. I've given a few business cards out to people, but none of these people in that area, just a few times. But somehow I've been getting lots of ones to the personal address. I notice there's a distribution list that looks very similar, that all of us are receiving personal emails. And as Commissioner Park said, we get a personal one, we have to send it to Mr. Villalobos. He has to include it or check to see if it's been included. It's far more efficient for them all to go to Mr. Villalobos because he has them to us within like 24 hours. So please, it'll just be much better and more efficient if they go that direction.
4 hours? Okay. Thank you for the Planning Commission informational reports. That brings us to item 8 on our agenda, which is the minutes of August 28th.
I'll move approval, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'll second.
A motion and second, and do we roll call on this? I'm sorry. Do we roll call on it? No, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Director's report. Back to Director Plowman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just getting myself organized to talk to you here. Got a lot of moving dates.
We moved really fast that last 2 things. Yeah, sorry.
A few things to report today to the Planning Commission, some things that have been happening. And I think I've already reported on the climate action plan that was adopted by the board, but that was on 8/27, and I think that was the day before our last meeting. We had the Arctic cold item go to the Board of Supervisors on September 17th. That was approved with a few modifications to the conditions of approval to ensure that there wasn't backing up of trucks and cars along Betaravia, and also to address some potential drainage concerns that the 4th District had. But that got approved, and so that's moved forward. I wanted to let you know that there have been a couple of hearings at the board where members of the public that live in mobile home parks have come to request that the board look into changes in age limitations at some of the parks. So there's one in Orcutt, and there's a few in Santa Barbara. I think the one in Orcutt, actually, the age is being changed, and that is the right of the owner of the mobile home park. They can do that. And then I think the folks in South County just started to get worried. So they've asked the board to address the item, And we are going back on the 8th of October to talk to the board just about the current rent control provisions that we have in our code and what the options might be for other mobile home parks. We have looked into what other agencies are doing. Some agencies have overlays. For instance, Ventura County has 2 overlays. They have one that protects mobile home parks from redevelopment, all of them, and then they have another overlay that protects senior parks from being converted to all-age parks. So that's something we're going to talk about with the board and ask for their direction on how they want to handle that matter. So we'll have options for them.
So many questions about that, but not for today. I'll just have to follow up because that has so many implications, right?
Yeah. And then just again, a reminder that the Planning Commission Conference is in San Luis Obispo this year, October 4th and 5th, so it makes it easy to attend if you have an interest.
Yes.
And then the APA conference is at the end of this week and early into next week. And that is down in Riverside. The other things I just want to share are the upcoming items that we have at the Board of Supervisors. And they are moving targets, but I'll give you the best dates I can at this point in time. The HLAC recommendation regarding the All Saints Church, that is going to the Board of Supervisors on October 15th. We have 2 appeals, or actually 3 appeals going to the board on that date. One is an item that was heard by the Montecito Planning Commission. It's called the Tate Additions. And then we have the Noise Woodall appeal. That was the Mission Canyon project that the Planning Commission heard. That was on the 15th. And then the Sierra Botanicals Cannabis appeal, also on the 15th. We have the Ag Enterprise Ordinance going to the Board of Supervisors on November 5th. We had originally anticipated the Cannabis Ordinance amendments going on the 5th as well, but I think that's in flux now, so we will wait to see what comes out of the hearing here today. We have the Music Academy appeal going on the 5th of November to the Board of Supervisors. There's a couple of the dates I mean, we only have one date at the board in November. So there are 2 dates in December, and we've got a number of things that are sort of jockeying around for those dates. If there's a possible appeal on what happens with the Miramar or a possible appeal on the MPC's decision on the Biltmore, they could be on either one of those dates in December, which are the 3rd and the 10th. We have the SB 35 Coastal Zone Amendment scheduled to go on the 10th. We have the Blanco appeal scheduled to go on the 10th. And we also have an HLAC nomination for 2929 East Valley Road that is going to go on the 10th. And then at some point, I'm trying to squeeze in a local preference briefing to the Board of Supervisors to get direction from them on how we advance that program. So I'll have some general guidance or general information on the direction that we are thinking of going, and I need the board to sign off on that before I move forward with it.
Okay, thank you.
So lots happening.
Yes.
Very busy.
Very busy end of year. Yeah. Okay, so with that completed, then we will move to our standard agenda.
The following is a hearing on the request.
Oh, can I just make one comment? So if anybody wants to speak on this item, which David is going to read into the record, we need to have a speaker slip, and right now I just have 3 for this item in person. So if anyone else in the audience wants to speak on the Laguna Blanca item, you need to get me a speaker slip in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Or raise your hand virtually.
Or raise your hand if you're on Zoom, right? Okay, thank you.
All right. The following is a hearing on the request of the Laguna Blanca School to consider case number 23 APL 39, the pull and appeal of the Laguna Blanca School Amendment Project, case number 21 AMD 3. And after considering the environmental review documents, including the addendum dated September 17th, 2024, together with the previously adopted negative declaration 06 NGD 14, determined that as reflected in the CEQA findings, no subsequent environmental impact report or negative declaration shall be prepared for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. That brings us to, this is an appeal, so there's a specific way that we do these kinds of hearings, and that begins always with staff presentation. So, Mr. Schmuckel?
Madam Chair, if I can just cut in real quick.
Yes.
Do you recommend doing ex parte at some point?
What a great idea. Yes, do we have ex parte disclosures by our commission? I even wrote it down. Forgot about that. Who wants to start? Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had 2 telephone calls. The first was with Mark Shatillo, who is an attorney we'll be hearing from in this first item, and Steve Welton, land use planner of long experience. I spoke with both of these gentlemen on separate occasions for a few minutes about the project.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes, I had a phone conversation with Mr. Woolbrandt representing Laguna Blanca yesterday.
Okay, Commissioner Park?
I've also had a phone conversation or 2 with Mr. Wilbrandt, and I had a telephone conversation with Kim Kimball, who will be testifying today. And I must have spoken to somebody else about this, but I can't remember. Oh, I think it was other planning commissioners and staff. That's what it is. So
Okay.
there you go. Just
right,
seems like
and-
I've been on the phone for days on this.
Yes, yes. Lots of public comment. Okay, I had a number of them, and I wrote them all down. I was so organized, and now I don't know where that thing is, so this is off my memory. But I had a meeting with 3 people representing the appellants, including Eric Berg, and I believe Susanna, and I'm sorry, there was one other person, but that was back in May, and we talked about their issues in the appeal. And then I also had a conversation with Mark Shatillo last Friday about the appeal, and also Steve Welton last week. I also did a site visit with Steve Welton in, I think, April. And I also talked to the executive director of the Hope Ranch Owners Association, Jill Von Ziewak. I don't know if I got that name right, yesterday. And I think that is it. Yes, that's it.
And Madam Chair, before, I just want to bring something to the Commission's attention. Before we get too far, I did distribute a submittal from Mr. Smuckel as a response to the to Mr. Shatillo's comment letter after 5 o'clock yesterday. And so if the Commission wants to consider that today, that would need to be voted into the record.
That's true, because it's longer than 1 page in length. So what is the pleasure of the commission on that? It's a response to the traffic study submitted by the appellant and the responses from the applicant.
I don't understand. Do we have that here?
I believe it's, yeah.
I emailed it to the Commission
Oh,
after, yeah.
right. We don't have a hard copy. It was emailed last night, like right around 5.
No, I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Cooney?
And what is it again?
Well, it's a response by the applicant's traffic team in response to the appellant's letter that was filed in the packet timely.
Madam Chair.
How long is it?
So, Madam Chair, it looks like not all the commissioners may be aware of this. I think it would be good if we just took a break and make sure all the commissioners have it so we could vote or not vote to have it in the record.
Okay. 5 minutes? 10 minutes. Break. reconvene. There we are. Looking fine. Okay, let's get back in session here. Recommencing the Planning Commission meeting, and at hand is a decision to accept a late submittal of yesterday from Associated Transportation Engineers that exceeds 1 page in length. So in order for this to be included in the record, we would need to have a motion by the commission to accept it. Do I see any motion to do that? Okay. Oh, and, go ahead. Commissioner Park.
Yes. We have a policy, which we speak about all the time, that matters that are submitted after noon on Monday before the hearing cannot go in the public record. You can bring them up to the podium and speak about it there as an exhibit, but they don't come into the record. But we can allow exceptions. And these are matters that are 2 pages, they're longer. We can allow exceptions, but it takes, I believe, 4 people on the commission, or is it some algebraic formula when we only have 4 people? I don't know, it's 3 or 4, whatever it is. It's more than a majority. I was trained by Dan Blau to hate these late submissions, and I never read them anyway. But I think here it's appropriate for me to move to accept this. I'll tell you why. This document from ATE responds to a document from Mr. Brohard, who is an expert consultant for the appellants. And I understand that was submitted on Monday and around noonish or well before. I don't know what time. And I think it's completely appropriate that ATE respond to it, because I think Mr. Brohard's comments are very important. And that I don't see how they could have responded to it until after the noon on Monday deadline. As a practical matter, it may not matter very much, because I don't think the commissioners will have opportunity to digest all of these documents without the presentations. So probably in Mr. Wilbrandt's presentation, or perhaps if an AT engineer is here, they'll bring this up anyway, and we'll get into all this. But I think just so that the public has it and it's in the record to see, it shows up when you look back at the file, we should accept in the record now. So sorry to be so long-winded.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, I would second that.
Okay. So we have Mr. Shatillo at the podium.
Madam Chair, if I could speak to the motion in opposition on behalf of the appellants. I'm Mark Shatillo, and our materials were submitted to the record over the weekend. And while we appreciate that this is fast-moving and understand the gist of what ATE is proposing here, we feel, and I have had conversation with Engineer Brohard about this, he's going to speak by Zoom, that it's the information that's submitted is technical. It involves calculations that are not included entirely within the document. He can't really respond to them fully at this point. And our request would be, in honor and of the legacy of Dan Blau, that your commission vote to not accept this into the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chatillo, let me ask you a favor. At some time, you'll have plenty of time for presentation today.
Yes.
If you could highlight somehow for us, for further reading, which things Mr. Brohard, maybe he'll do it when he speaks, feels he needs to have an opportunity to further respond to. I'd like to know that. I think this is important stuff that you've brought up, they're going to bring up, and we need to have what we can.
Mr. Brohard is listening now, and he and I have discussed how to respond to these issues. So,
okay, thank you, Mr. Shatillo. All right, so that brings us to our, pardon me?
Madam Chair, I don't think we took a vote on that.
Let's take a vote on accepting the ATE report into the record today. did we have a motion? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Mr. Park, Commissioner Park moved, and I think Commissioner Reed seconded, so that's a vote. Do you want a roll call?
Sure. Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney,
No.
and Chair Brightly.
Aye.
Motion fails.
Okay. Okay, that means we are into the staff presentation finally. Look at our staff. They're so attentive.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Schmuckel. I'm the planner for the project. Today I'm presenting the pull-in appeal of the Laguna Blanca amendment. It's case number 23 APL 39 and 21 AMD 3. So the project's located at the Laguna Blanca School campus at 4125 Paloma Drive in Hope Ranch in the Eastern Gallia Valley Community Plan area. Access is taken off of Las Palmas Drive and off of Paloma Drive. The Laguna Blanca School is a private kindergarten through 12th grade educational facility that's been operating at the property since 1933. They currently operate under a conditional use permit and a development plan that was approved in 2007 that allowed for new structural development and improvements to the campus. Since approval of the CUP, various substantial conformity determinations, or SCDs, have been approved that allowed for temporary classrooms during the pandemic and a remodel of the existing of an existing building. Laguna Blanca also operates a second campus in Montecito under a separate conditional use permit for elementary school students up to 4th grade. The school operates a shuttle program in order to reduce traffic generated at each school. An amendment was approved by the Director of Planning and Development on October 18th, 2023 to allow for the school to increase its enrollment by 55 students and 12 teachers. The decision was appealed by Susanna Pullen with support from her neighbors. The project proposes to increase the maximum enrollment of the Laguna Blanca School by 55 students, going from 330 to 385 students, and to increase the maximum number of teachers by 12, from 80 to 92 teachers. The school also proposes to implement a traffic management and flagging operations at the Via Senda Las Palmas intersection during the morning commute when enrollment exceeds 350 students. So I'll next dive into the appeal issues that were identified. We identified 6 appeal issues in the appeal application, and the first claim is that the project should have been processed as a revision to the existing 2007 conditional use permit, claiming that the project proposes a significant expansion and an intensification of activities. Staff's response is that the proposed project was correctly processed as an amendment to the previous CUP under Section 3584-40D of the Land Use and Development Code. A change to an approved conditional use permit can be processed as an amendment if the location within the project site that is object of the application for the amendment was analyzed for potential environmental impacts and policy consistency. An addendum was prepared to the previous environmental document in compliance with CEQA that shows that the proposed changes do not create a significant environmental impact. The project is also consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Eastern Gallia Valley Community Plan, and the potential environmental impacts were analyzed in the CEQA addendum, which found that there were no significant environmental impacts. Thus, the amendment is the proper entitlement pathway. The second appeal issue asserts that the project did not have adequate notice and did not provide an opportunity to be heard by the Hope Ranch community. The appellant asserts that all Hope Ranch residents could have received a formal public notice in the mail, and staff's response is that the proposed amendment did include adequate notice. A mailed notice was sent to all parcels within 300 feet of the Laguna Blanca school property boundary when the project was deemed complete in June 2021, consistent with the noticing requirements for an amendment. A notice placard was also placed on site at the school on June 29, 2021, which described the proposed project. It also included the contact information for the planner. In addition, on August 10, 2023, prior to the decision by the director to approve the project, another notice was mailed out and published in the Montecito Journal. The notice included information regarding the director's intent to act on the project and how to submit public comment. All interested parties were also given email updates regarding the status of the project including updates on how to submit public comments and when decisions were made. Mailed notice is not required to be sent out to all members of the Hope Ranch community as part of this project. The third appeal issue asserts that the project violates CEQA and that the addendum, together with the mitigated negative declaration, are not adequate for this proposal. The appellant asserts that the project will cause new significant effects and an increase in the severity of the previously identified significant effects to the environment. Staff's response is that the project complies with CEQA because the addendum with the previously approved MND is adequate environmental review. The CEQA addendum identifies the relevant impact areas from the previous MND relevant to the proposed project and concludes that the project will not result in a new significant impact. The fourth appeal issue asserts that the findings made in the 2007 CUP cannot be made today based on the expanded project description and claims that the facts are not supported by substantial evidence. Staff's response is that the findings are adequately described in Attachment A of the staff report for this project and are supported by substantial evidence. Substantial evidence includes the director's memo dated October 16, 2023, the Associated Transportation Engineers Traffic Circulation and Parking Study dated April 18, 2022, the updated traffic volume, level of service comparison, and VMT report for the project dated May 10, 2024, and the ATE traffic volume addendum report as well. There's also a Stantec traffic and VMT peer review that's dated May 13, 2024 that's included. These studies all conclude that the project will not generate a significant environmental impact and that the project is consistent with the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan policies. The fifth appeal issue asserts that the studies for the proposed project, including the traffic circulation and parking study and the solid waste management plan, are flawed and should not be relied upon. The appellant claims that the traffic circulation and parking study is flawed because it used data during the COVID pandemic and during school holidays. The appellant also claims that the solid waste management plan is flawed because it was created to serve enrollment of 330 students, not 385. Staff's response is that the study is adequate because the traffic count data was collected at multiple times during the 2021 and 2022 school year while school was in session. Even though that study was adequate, in response to the appeal, the appellant hired ATE to conduct additional traffic counts to get updated data. As described in Appeal Issue 4, the updated counts did not change the conclusions of the report that the project is consistent with the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan, the Comprehensive Plan, and will not generate a significant transportation impact. The existing solid waste management plan is adequate because the plan's main purpose is to manage solid waste during and after construction of improvements to the school. It's not based on the enrollment levels of the school itself. The existing solid waste management plan remains applicable even if the enrollment increase is approved. The sixth appeal issue asserts that the history of the Laguna Blanca school, including the previous zoning violation, was not adequately considered, that temporary classrooms were given permanent status without proper approvals, and is concerned that the school could consolidate its lower operations at the upper campus. Staff's response is that the appeal issue has no merit because the history of the school was adequately considered during the amendment process. A thorough review of the permit history was conducted and no violations exist at the time of approval of the amendment. Further, the temporary classrooms were permitted consistent with the LUDC code provisions. The county issued a notice of violation for the school for exceeding the maximum enrollment of 330 students in December of 2021. That violation, though, was abated at the conclusion of the 2021-2022 school year, and the school has since been at or under its 330 enrollment limit in compliance with the existing permit provisions. A mitigated negative declaration for the Laguna Blanca Campus Improvement Plan was approved in 2007, and a CEQA addendum, Attachment C, was prepared for the proposed amendment that analyzes the proposed changes to the project. Issue areas related to transportation and public facilities were specifically addressed. The proposed enrollment increase of 55 students and 12 teachers would generate a relatively small increase in the number of average daily trips and in the amount of solid waste that the school generates. The increase will not result in a significant transportation impact or an impact to public facilities. No project-related impacts for the amendment to the approved CUP require preparation of a subsequent EIR or a negative declaration. The project is also consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan and the Land Use and Development Code. Please see Section 6.3 of the staff report for a more detailed analysis. So staff recommends that the commission make the required findings for approval of the project, consider the environmental review documents, including the addendum and the mitigated negative declaration, and determine that no subsequent EIR or negative declaration is prepared, and deny the appeal, case number 23 APL 39, and approve the project, case number 21 AMD 3, subject to the conditions of approval. So before I conclude my presentation, there's also one other thing I wanted to bring up. Let me pull it over onto the screen. So the project applicant has consulted with P&D, and I want to address a couple of the issues that were raised in the appellant's letter dated September 20th, 2024, including the letter from Tom Brohard and Associates. The issues raised in the document are either covered by the staff report or are addressed, but since the applicant is not requesting an increase, essentially, the applicant is not requesting an increase in the enrollment of their summer programs. So staff is recommending a change to the project description to make that change clear. One of the issues in the letter was that the traffic study didn't account for an increase in summer program traffic. And since the project is not proposing an increase in the summer school programs, there should be no traffic generated. It's supposed to stay the same. So I want to briefly go through the updated project description. There's one sentence in the first paragraph that's added that says no changes are proposed for the Laguna Blanca School Summer Program enrollment limit, to make that clear. And then I'm going to scroll down to the condition changes for the 2003 CUP 35. So this change here is showing our recommendation that the enrollment be limited to 385 students and 92 teachers. And this is what is proposed to be changed from the staff report. It basically is staying the same as what exists in the conditional use permit at this time. So the combined summer student populations present on campus at any one time as a result of enrollment in all summer programs and/or participation in athletic practices and games would continue to be limited at 330 students. So that change in bold is what exists in the conditional use permit at this time. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Chair and Commissioners, if I can just clarify, what these changes are doing are making it clear that the change in enrollment is only for the school year for 385 students, and there's no proposed change, nor has there ever been a proposed change in the count of summer students. So we're just simply clarifying the language to make it very clear in the project description, because this was a concern raised by the appellants.
Okay, so that last sentence with the highlighted, that it's only pertaining to the summer, in other words, the summer camps can only be limited to 330?
Correct.
Okay.
At the beginning of the sentence, it says the summer student population.
Okay.
Of that same sentence. So that's the difference, is the 330 is for the summer, the 385, which is the requested change, is only during the school year. Okay. And this is to make it really clear, because it was a concern raised by the appellants, and the summer enrollment is not proposed to be changed in the application.
Okay. Other questions from the commission? Commissioner Park.
I have some. They're mainly questions to you about who should be answering my question, okay? And so you raise your hand if it's you, and I think most of these are not you, but if it is you, I want you to tell me, okay? So there's some things that, well, my first item is one that's germane to me. It may not be so obviously germane to others, but we'll see as the hearing progresses. I'm interested in the history of the grade division between Hope Ranch and Montecito campuses. Montecito campus, I think, was the old Howard School, and I remember when that was acquired, but at some point there was this division of, I think we're K through 4 at Howard, or the old Howard campus, and then 5 through 12. But I want to ask for information about that and when it happened. And is that something I asked you about, or do we wait for Mr. Wilbrandt or whoever you think knows more about it, Mr. Wilbrandt?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I can confirm that the Montecito campus has K through 4th grade students at that school, and the Hope Ranch campus has 5th through 12th grade. But I would direct you to the applicant to determine when that, when the Laguna Blanca school started took over the Montecito campus. I don't have that
Because
information.
I'll be interested when that split occurred, and I'll also be interested in the total enrollment and what change that made. I mean, presumably Howard had students, or maybe they didn't anymore, I don't know, but they presumably had students, and that was incorporated into Laguna Blancas. But I don't know, so I'll have questions about that. I'll reserve them for Mr. Wilbrandt, his people.
Commissioner Park, the Laguna Blanca school, there is an existing conditional use permit for the Montecito campus, and so they're operating at the Montecito campus under a different CUP. So this enrollment increase would be limited to the Hope Ranch campus only.
I'm aware of that, but
Okay.
this will be germane to me when we talk about mitigation and things like that. By the way, since you brought that up, it's got its separate CUP. Does it have a cap on number of students? I understand there's 100 students there now, at least from the staff report or something. And is that at its cap, or is there more capacity?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I don't have that information available. I would need to look it up.
We'll find it. Okay. So my next two are going to be traffic ones. And so I've seen references to particularly Mr. Brohard's comments to the configuration of Via Senda and how that would affect the traffic study. And he's claimed there have been some mistakes there. And I'm sure ATE will comment on that. I'm curious about, did that show up in the peer review by Stantec? Did it address that or not? So I'm going to have questions about that. Is that for you, or do I wait for those guys?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I recommend that you ask ATE. I know they're available here, so they would be able to respond to their report.
Okay. And the other one is...
Commissioner Park,
Yeah.
if I could, just before you move on to that one too, I would just want to add, we have Will Robertson from the County Department Transportation Division, who is, I think, on Zoom because they thoroughly reviewed all of these studies as well. So he can give you feedback as well.
Yeah, and I'd recommend that we take the testimony from both sides and then maybe talk to Will. Right?
Which is good. And then related to that is we've heard reference to the summer programs, and I'm not understanding how that affects the calculus ADTs. I mean, if it's a zero and you're taking the whole year, then you're dividing it by number of days, then maybe it does impact it. Or if the summer programs are always under the 110 threshold or whatever, maybe it doesn't, but it depends on how it's calculated. So I'm going to ask some questions about that. Is that a you question, or is that a ATE or somebody? Okay.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I can maybe answer generally, and then they can provide more specifics. But the ATE report looked at what the project change, how the project change would add additional traffic to the school campus and on those roadways. And so since the project change isn't including any increase in the summer school enrollment, the traffic wouldn't increase during that period. Because while there is summer programs and there are people that are using it, the enrollment increase isn't occurring during the summer, so there should be no change in traffic during that period.
Oh, so we're only looking at ADTs for a limited period. That's when the school is running its program. So it's not an annual, it's not a calculation based on annual trips divided by annual days. It's okay. Well, we'll get more.
The traffic study is matching the request by the school just for the school year increase.
I get it, but I'll ask more. We see up there what am I looking at? I'm looking at the changes in the project description, right? Yeah. A reference to traffic management and flagging operations. And I saw that in the staff report and thought, okay, I don't really understand what that means, except I think about it a lot because I drove over 154 and I'm really sick of flagging operations. But, and I thought, okay, I'll understand it better when I look at the conditions of approval and when I look at the project description. And it's still a mystery to me. It's very general language. I have no idea what it means. And somebody's going to need to spell that out for me. And it's not just because I'm stupid, it's because I think everybody else will want to know, and I think the public would want to know, what does this mean? So is that a you question, or is that for ATE or Mr. Wilbrandt? Or?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, this is a part of the project description that was included by the Laguna Blanca School to try and alleviate some of the traffic concerns that were have been raised by the members of the community at this intersection. So what it would entail in general is that there'd be a professional member, part of a traffic management company that's at this intersection, helping the cars get through the intersection expeditiously. And this requirement would require an encroachment permit from our Public Works Transportation Division in order to operate. And so Public Works Transportation would ensure that it's meeting all standards and is being done in a proper way. So they would need to provide more details during that time. But I believe the applicant team could provide more details about how they're proposing to implement it.
I think that makes sense, that we'll leave that to the applicant, but I do appreciate you explaining at least there's some kind of a county supervision or input at some level on this, whether it's the beginning, the end, or wherever. Okay, that's my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Reed?
I have a few questions around the noticing element, and it was just part of the appeal, since noticing seems to be almost a universal appeal issue, no matter what kind of project we're looking at. So first, kind of the standard county process requires mailed notice to owners within 300 feet of the project, and the county mails those out, is that correct?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, yes, that is correct.
So in this case, what's the actual number of owners within 300 feet that receive those notices? Because my basis for that question is, in your typical small residential neighborhood, most suburban neighborhoods or urban neighborhoods, that 300 feet encompasses quite a number of owners. But in places like Montecito and Hope Ranch, I would contend that it contacts far fewer owners. So if you could give me the actual number, I'd appreciate that.
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, give me 1 second. I'm pulling up our notice information for this, and I can give you that information.
Chair and Commissioner Reed, while Chris is calculating the number of folks who are noticed, I also wanted to let you know, and the applicant can speak to this more, that the Hope Ranch Association was well aware of this and was consulted multiple times by the applicant. So even those members of the neighborhood who may not have received direct notice may have had the opportunity to know about the project through the association.
Okay.
But the applicant can speak more to that.
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, it looks like 43 homes received the notice, or had the notice mailed out.
43. So there were actually 43 within 100 yards of that property all the way around. Okay, more than I would expect. So that's good. You put a noticing placard on site. How big was that placard, and where was it placed? Near the road where people driving by could see it? Was it readable to people driving by? Since most of the people potentially impacted by the kind of what appears to be the most contentious element, the circulation element, aren't living within 300 feet. They're driving by from far more remote areas. I'm just wondering if that placard was sufficient to catch their eye and alert them to the fact that the situation could be changing.
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, we use the standard notice placard for this project. I forget what the actual dimensions are, but it's the standard one, not the really large one that we use. And the notice was placed at the entrance of the Laguna Blanca School on the south side of Paloma Drive, and we have an affidavit from the land use agent that placed the notice. So it would be visible for folks that were driving down Las Palmas.
36 inches, 2 by 3,
Yeah,
something like that?
yeah, I believe it's 36 inches by 24 inches.
Was the copy readable if you're driving by on the street, or you have to stop and look at it?
let's see, I believe.
Commissioner Reed, if you were driving, I don't know if you'd be able to see it. You'd probably have to stop, but I think the idea is that it's giving people that opportunity to say, hey, something's going on here. It gives the planners contact, so it's more of like a identification that the county is taking action on a project.
Okay, then it said, on the director action notice was mailed on August 10th. To whom? Was that to the 43 people who were noticed before?
Commissioner Reed, yes, so the director's action letter was mailed to the those folks that were within the noticing area.
Okay, but as far as the general community, only that notice given to the Hope Ranch Association or something?
Correct, and the director's action letter was actually also sent to those that were on the interested parties list so that they were aware that the action was going to be taken.
And I noticed it was also placed in the Montecito Journal. Is the Montecito Journal in general circulation in Hope Ranch or in Montecito?
So the Montecito Journal is in Montecito. However, at this time, there was no daily newspaper in the area, so we were looking for alternatives to do the newspaper notice, and the Montecito Journal was deemed as the best newspaper that was available to reach the folks there.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sad that there aren't any decent local newspapers, but I might suggest the Independent or others, but that's neither here nor there. So thank you. That's all my questions. Oh, one more. Sorry. I tend to do that. Was there, I noticed they also said they will institute traffic control measures after enrollment passes 350 people, a flagman or whatever. Was anything included in the proposal as to what happens in the event that those simple traffic control measures prove inadequate to manage the traffic?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, so their proposal did not include any additional information about what the next step would be if the traffic management wasn't meeting their needs. However, this is a measure that the applicant proposed. The county staff is not requiring this because there isn't a, we at least didn't require this as a condition of approval.
Because you didn't meet the threshold, which is another question we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, so the standards and the traffic studies all indicate that the project wouldn't generate a significant environmental impact. And so that's why we didn't require a mitigation measure or condition.
So far, thank you.
Commissioner Reed, if I could just add to that, thanks, Chris. So they're conditioned to get an encroachment permit. So if any sort of flagging were to happen, it would be at the discretion of the Public Works Department, who would make sure it's consistent with their requirements for any activities on public roads. So to be clear, and we've worked very closely with the Public Works Department, the proposed project is not triggering any threshold for new construction or any sorts of flagging activities. So there could be a scenario where the Public Works Department says this is not appropriate here for whatever reason. That would be worked out in the encroachment permit process. If at any point an intersection, if unexpected traffic counts happen and it becomes unsafe, or if there's safety issues, then Public Works would trigger some sort of response if it was based on the project itself. And I'm sure Mr. Robertson can speak more to that if you're interested.
Okay,
but they clearly looked at it, and it's just not meeting any threshold for traffic counts that requires new construction or change in the road.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I maybe have a question for Will Robertson, but maybe it can wait until after the presentations because I know we have transportation experts on both sides. So, my curiosity was just, I haven't seen an encroachment permit that covered, and I see encroachment permits for capital projects in the right-of-way, bike lanes and curbs and gutters and all that stuff, but I haven't seen an operational one like this. So I'm very interested in, after we get all this information from both sides on the transportation issue, to hear from Will Robertson how he is seeing that work out. So I'm okay waiting to ask that question. And there are probably lots of other questions, but I can all wait until after the presentation. So I think by the way, I think your report was excellent. I think the staff report was excellent. It's a very controversial and complicated project, and I thought you did a really good job of summarizing it. So thank you. Okay, so with that, I think we're going to move on to our appellant's presentation. And I understand that staff has kind of given you a roadmap, Mr. Shatillo, in terms of timing for 10 minutes as presentation, 5 minutes for rebuttal, right?
Madam Chair, yeah, I wanted to, before we got started, just clarify there, thank you, to confirm that that is your plan as you chair the meeting and the hearing, and we'll do our best. I'm gonna ask Ms. Pullen to come up and just start things off, and then I'll jump in and we'll hear from Mr. Brohard. We'll hear
Okay.
from Mr. Brohard on the Zoom.
And I have one other kind of order of business. In this public speaker slips, we have an individual, Jennifer Drury, but in the appellant application, or in the appeal filed, there were 27 people that signed that appeal. And my understanding from staff is that Jennifer Drury was part of that list, so she would count as part of the appellant team.
We have strived to have, I represent only Ms. Pullen. Ms. Pullen is the primary appellant. This is a matter that was of great concern throughout the community. A number of people did sign up, but when they realized, well, that would limit their ability to speak at the hearing, they were asked, and I think attempted to withdraw as co-appellants. And if Ms. Drury has not done so yet, maybe when she comes up, she can actually inform staff. I think that's what Chris had indicated would be sufficient. So, so Jennifer, if you could tell Chris at the end there that you're no longer part of the appellant group, if that'll suffice for you, so that she may be able to testify.
Okay, I'm looking to staff to confirm that, because, as Mr. Shatillo knows, these appeals sometimes get very octopus-like.
Chair, we requested that they notify us ahead of time, and we do in fact have a list of everyone who did withdraw their name from the appeal. Ms. Drury was not one of the individuals who contacted us to withdraw her name from the appeal.
Okay, so I'm interpreting that to mean it's too late to do that right now on the initiation. County Council, can you help us out with this one in terms of procedure?
Yes, Madam Chair. In this instance, if Mr. Shatillo is indicating that he is not representing and not speaking on behalf of an individual, I would recommend that individual be given an opportunity to speak.
Under public comment? Yeah. Okay. There we heard it from the other attorney, so. Pardon?
1 point of order, just quickly.
Okay. You mean, yes, Commissioner Petty.
Mr. Shatillo, your presence already in this hearing has reminded me that you and I had a pre-meeting discussion over the telephone. I didn't mention it. I feel I'm obligated to mention it now.
I believe you did, but you're correct. We did have a phone call last week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, just procedurally,
Yes.
I think my recommendation is for this individual that seems to be in question whether or not they're an appellant or not, I think for clarification's sake, we should invite them to the speaker, and they should just indicate whether they're still an appellant or not. If they remain as an appellant, then they should be given the appellant time to present as an appellant and a rebuttal time. If they're not an appellant, then they need to withdraw as an appellant and be a public speaker.
On the record.
On the record.
All right. Okay, so if we have Ms. Pullen in the audience, maybe she can come forward and, you were right.
It would be Ms. Drury that is
Yes, I'm sorry.
indicating that she
Jennifer
is
Drury.
not part of the appellant.
Sorry, Ms. Drury. Thank you.
Good morning, Jennifer Drury.
And so are you telling us that you're no longer
I am no
on
longer-
the appeal matter? Okay.
Correct.
So you can have time under public comment.
Wonderful. Thank
Okay,
you.
3 minutes. All right. Thank you for that. So let's go.
I'd comment only in the world of planning would we spend 5 minutes discussing whether somebody should be allowed to speak for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Okay, so let's keep on moving here.
But that was off
So,
the clock.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Guess what? So you've got, 10 minutes. However you want to split it up, Mr. Shatillo, if you only have 3 minutes for rebuttal, it's your 15 minutes total.
Okay, thank you. I'd like Ms. Pullen to come up and just get things started.
All right,
Thank you,
thanks.
Madam Chair.
Very briefly, good morning, honorable planning commissioners. My name is Susanna Pullen.
I'm a third generation and longtime Santa Barbara resident. My life partner, Jennifer Drury, and I live at 335 Las Palmas Drive in Hope Ranch. The subject of this appeal, we have an up-close view of the substantial and serious traffic and safety problems posed by Laguna Blanca school traffic. We see it and we experience it. I know that we speak on behalf of many Hope Ranch residents who feel as though they were not given a part or say in this process. I'm hoping that you will at least be open-minded to hear our position, and I yield my time to Mr. Mark Gitillo, our representative.
Thank you, Ms. Pullen. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Mark Gitillo. I am the attorney on behalf of the appellants here. This is a drone footage taken from earlier this month on the first day of full class, and you can see on the right-hand image the line of cars. That's really the main, that reflects part of the issue, the baseline that's of concern. And this is with 330 students. It's a regular occurrence, as you heard from Ms. Pullen. Our primary concern is the adequacy of the analysis from 17 years ago. It's our belief that your commission should not approve this as an amendment to a conditional use permit. It requires the dignity of a revision. And that is found evident in the findings that you need to make, that this project was analyzed for its potential environmental impacts and policy consistency as part of the 2007 project. And as you know, and as you will hear, this project, the increase of 55 students and 12 staff people, was not analyzed in the 2007 negative declaration. It looked at 330 students and 80 staff. And that project was, the project description was for the construction of a new gymnasium, and expressly said there would be no increase in student enrollment or staff associated with it. And you'll be hearing from expert traffic engineer Tom Brohard about the specifics of some of the traffic issues. There are two fundamental ones. The first is the intersection capacity, and the second is the VMT calculation. And actually, we have a different point in reviewing the matters that were presented in response to our application. We realized that actually the applicant and their agent overlooked the role of staff in the AADT, in the VMT calculation. So we're not going to be raising the issues with respect to the summer enrollment, which apparently, due to the change that's been submitted just at today's hearing, would be limited to the status quo. But there is going to be an additional issue that Mr. Brohard is going to bring forward. So you're going to see that you can't make the first or second finding. The first, that the impacts and policy consistency were done. Impacts weren't analyzed because they weren't, the enrollment increase was not part of the project. But the policy consistency was done in 2007 on the Goleta Community Plan. Since that time, in 2015, your commission and the Board of Supervisors adopted the 2015 Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, which has a number of additional policies that apply. And that's the other finding that you need to make. And I'll briefly touch on some of those policies in a moment. The other change is the 2023 safety element of the general plan, which requires evacuation planning, and because this project is located in a high fire hazard area that's designated by the state. So in the 2015 Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, there are specific policies that really enhance the need for coordination of transportation planning and land uses. You're familiar with these kinds of issues, in particular protecting the safety and ability of cyclists and pedestrians to be able to safely move across the streets. Via Senda is going to be a significant bottleneck and friction point for the bikeway that's being installed, the MODOC bikeway, that you'll hear about momentarily. And in the safety element, there's the requirement of evacuation, route planning, and assessment to access routes for new discretionary development, and emergency response plans. So with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Villalobos that we go to Zoom and hear from traffic engineer Tom Brohard, who has analyzed this project. Mr. Brohard?
Mark, thank you very much. Can you hear me? I don't know
You're
if
a
you
little
can see
faint.
me. Okay. I don't know how to adjust that.
Okay, we're trying to do
Okay.
that in the room.
Okay. If we
Proceed.
could go to
Go
the,
ahead.
is that better?
Yep.
That's better.
Okay, thank you. The first slide is Villa Senda and Las Palmas, and I continue to believe that that was not analyzed properly. In the lower right of this slide, you see how it was analyzed, and that's with 2 lanes coming down south on Villa Senda, coming into Las Palmas. As you can see from the aerial photograph, that is just not the case. And so when you analyze it as a 2-lane approach, it would work much better than if you only had 1 lane. And clearly here we only have 1 lane. We could go to the next slide, please. As Mark mentioned, the vehicle miles traveled calculation omits the staff trips, the additional 12 staff members that we believe are proposed as part of this amendment. And if you use the trip generation manual that we all use for private schools, in this case, we have 12 staff and their trips per staff within that publication are a little over 16. And so this would add 197 trips associated with the additional 12 staff members. And if you reduce that back to the year, 252 days out of 365, you actually get 136 additional ADTs. And the threshold that we use for VMT significance is 110. So we exceed that, and we would need to have, you can't screen it out as was done in the traffic study, and it needs further analysis and mitigation. If we could go to the next slide, please. Other inconsistencies, defects, issues are listed here. We have an enormous amount of data, but in no case was traffic actually measured at the school itself. We focused on an intersection here at Villa Senda, which is about a mile away, and there's lots of other traffic that can enter and leave the traffic stream between the school and Villa Senda, where things were really focused in on. We have the incomplete and outdated traffic and parking management plan from 2007 that needs to be updated. Mentioned briefly traffic flagging. I have a lot of experience in traffic flagging, and I don't think that's appropriate here. The application for a permit was not followed through on by the company that was to be retained by the school. So it's really inactive at this point. There's also obviously a need to monitor and report what the attendance is each semester. So my primary conclusions are listed here. It doesn't, it's incompatible with the community plan. The traffic study and report have not accurately assessed the traffic impacts. And as Mark mentioned, the major bicycle facility that's partially constructed also needs to be taken into consideration here. So Mark, I'd turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Brohard will be available for comment to respond to questions. I'm going back to this photo. You can see in the upper part, the Modoc Bikeway, which is has been completed on the right-hand side. It's scheduled, as your commission knows, to complete and go through to the left. It's going to have to cross Villa Senda. That's a big issue with respect to the Eastern Toledo Valley Community Plan and bicycle circulation. I also wanted to point out to the commission that 55 years ago, the school and Hope Ranch Park Association entered into an agreement which capped student population at 330. That was restated in a recorded covenant from 1991. This is really the carrying capacity of this community for this school. And so while this is not for the county to enforce, it's substantial evidence that shows that increasing above 330 is going to introduce considerable friction with the levels of community harmony that have been that have been respected and honored for the past 55 years. I also thought it would be appropriate for a commission to recognize that there are a number of other similar CUPs that have significant other additional conditions, which are appropriate for this body. Looking at we looked at Westmont, Kate, Music Academy, Lotus Land, and the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden, all institutions in residential areas. I won't spend the time going through the details, but things like enrollment caps with monitoring and reporting so that there's enforcement. There's no enforcement. There's no monitoring of this. Trip counting at the driveway rather than on a roadway a mile away, and ADT limits and at any time visitation limits, and shuttle bus performance requirements are all the kinds of things that I think would be appropriate here. And if Laguna wants to expand, they can do that. They have other campuses. The other campus, they need to coordinate their transportation infrastructure to be able to accomplish that. As it stands right now, as proposed, there are newly significant traffic impacts based on CEQA and the county, the general plan thresholds, and there's evidence that it conflicts with the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan and safety element. So we request that you reject the approval findings and direct the processing to be pursued as a revised CUP with an updated conformity analysis, an updated traffic report, update the conditions to reflect the kinds of things that other institutions subject to conditional use permits are generally subject to, and conduct project-specific environmental review. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shatila. There's probably questions. Commissioner Cooney.
Not at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
Yes, I have a question. I think it's for Mr. Brohard.
Very good. Tom?
Are you still out there in cyberspace?
I am, yes, sir.
There you go. I wish we could see you somehow, but that's all right.
I'll wave.
Oh, good. We're looking right here at this, these photographs of this long line of cars. And I think this was at 3:05 in the afternoon, right?
That's correct.
And they're going down Las Palmas. They're going down Las Palmas back towards the highway, and they're gonna need to turn onto Via Senda, right?
And you can see that on the lower left-hand corner. This photo shows that.
Oh, the queue.
This line of cars is this line of cars.
Anyway, so are these cars, this long line of cars, are they waiting to turn left on Via Senda, the most of them? Or what's the hang up at Via Senda that's causing this line of cars?
The intersection is a three-way intersection. It's unusual. Everybody has to stop. There's a lot of turning movements with Via Senda. And I think let's go to Mr. Brohardt's picture here. You can see it right there. It's a complicated intersection. Everybody stops for every movement, or should. And so they're in the afternoon as school lets out, you have a purge, a pulse of cars, all that are more concentrated than in the morning, although morning it also experiences congestion because every car that's coming to pick up or drop off a student they're coming in and then they're going out during these peak hours. And so you have congestion from what we've seen at this intersection, both from cars lining up on Hope Avenue, or Lacumba rather, off to the right, going up towards the freeway, as well as Modoc and Via Senda. So it's the traffic isn't specific to any one component of this intersection. The whole intersection is heavily utilized during peak hour periods.
But I imagine it's most impacted by that line of cars coming from the school at, school closing hours towards Via Senda. That's where your picture is anyway.
That's the one photo that best exemplified in one shot.
Yeah. Okay. And there's no left turn lane there. There's just a single lane. It comes to a stop. I want to get back to that in a minute. Mr. Brohard, you've mentioned that it's significant that other traffic studies didn't recognize that on Via Senda, on the southbound lane, which is kind of the left of the picture here, is only a single lane and not two lanes. Could you explain that a little bit further? Why that's
Certainly.
significant?
Yes, if you have two lanes, one turning left and one turning right, as is shown in the lower right, but really doesn't exist, then the intersection would function better, you would think, than if it has a single lane where lefts and rights have to come from the same single lane. That's typically the way the calculations come out when you have a situation and you're looking for means and methods to improve it. You'd say, well, hey, maybe we'll add a second lane here, one that turns left in addition to one that turns right, and maybe that would work better. So that's how that is used. This was obviously analyzed as shown on the lower right as two lanes, but the two lanes don't exist. You only have the one.
Okay, I'm going to ask another question now, but I'm not going to expect you to answer it until rebuttal time, just because, but I want to get it in your mind, and so Mr. Wilbrandt's aware I'm asking it. And I'll be asking about the traffic flagging, how it would work there and all that, and that'll be more for Mr. Wilbrandt. But something that seems like a logical extension of Mr. Chatilla's argument is, okay, if there's more environmental review, maybe it'll say we need to do some traffic improvements someday, somehow. And, you know, we know this whole area is going to change a lot with the revision of La Crumba Plaza and other things. So what I want you to think about, Mr. Brohard, but not answer right now, is, okay, what kind of traffic improvements would you suggest? And maybe the school has to pay for them. I don't know. If they were up in the North County in Orcutt, we make people pay for new roads and new traffic lights and all this and that for putting in a small shopping center. So if, you know, if you took that logic here, would you put in, and this will be the question, would you put in a left turn lane? Would you make Via Senda 4 lanes instead of 2? Would you put in traffic lights? Where do you think this would all head with what you would want to see? As you, I'm meaning the appellants, if Laguna Blanca wanted to go to 380 some students and 92 staff people. But I don't expect you to answer that now. I expect that more of a rebuttal thing. It'd be more
Without
fair.
responding to that, though, I do want to flag the bike path connection issue, because that's, in my opinion, as a regular user of that bike path, it's a dangerous spot right now where you have to cut across the traffic. In the future, there will be, and I think Public Works can speak to the future alignment, but somehow bikes are going to have to be crossing Via Senda on a regular basis while all this traffic is turning and going up and down. And it needs to be done in a safe manner, the child standard. We want to be able to have something that's safe for families to be able to say, yes, you can go on that road, on that bike path. It's a Class 1 separated bike path, but it's got to cross this roadway, and we need a way to do that. I think that's as much of a question for me in terms of our future and the Eastern Toledo Valley Community Plan and its goals for alternative transportation throughout our community. How are we going to resolve that? The school, I think, using their shuttle buses could accomplish additional capacity to bring students in if they would actually do that.
I think you're going a little beyond the scope of my question right now. And I look forward to hearing what you say in rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think that concludes your time, but you have, do we know how much time he has left for rebuttal? Okay, 3.46 seconds, 3 minutes, 46 seconds. Okay, that means we are up for the applicant's side of the equation. And do you want to let me know how much time to reserve for rebuttal? Team Laguna?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission.
Ms. Chair?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize
Chip.
terribly,
Yeah.
Laura. I
I'm
was
listening,
looking at
buddy.
all of those samples.
And it's Bridley, by the way.
Yeah. Sorry. I've known Chip for a long time. That's okay.
Again,
Mr.
I was
Wilbrand.
looking at all those sample CUPs and thinking of our
I know,
history
that's
in
true.
Montecito on
That's
those.
true.
So thank you all very much. Thank you very much for your attention on this. Steve Welton and I are going to sort of tag team the presentation. I'm going to spend most of my time probably in the rebuttal and then helping answer and direct your questions to the right member of our team. We do have a team here today. Ron Sino, who is the head of the school, will speak with you. I think Ron is probably the right person to answer any of the history questions, including about the relationship between the Hope Ranch School and the Montecito School. We also have Jeff Seaton here for the school. Steve Welton, again, actually processed the permits in 2007, probably processed them even earlier than that, and so can answer lots of questions. Probably most importantly, though, we have Scott Schell here. Scott is the traffic expert. I just want to remind you all, this project, we submitted the formal application in 2021. And so we've been going through this process now for over 3 years. The zoning administrator approval was in 2023. We've spent nearly a year trying to figure out what the questions are and again answer those. We just learned essentially yesterday when the appellant's traffic report was posted about this question about summer programs and corrected that. And I think that's the essence of the traffic report. They found that they thought we had missed some numbers. We didn't because it wasn't our application. So I think that was great they found that, and the staff has now corrected that in the conditions. Again, I'll be helping answer any questions, but I'd like to turn this over to Ron Sino to speak for the school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Ron Sino, head of school at Laguna Blanca. This is started my 4th year working with the school. Thank you to Mr. Schmuckel for his work on our proposed amendment, and thank you for hearing us this morning. This was a matter of strategic importance for us as a school. It's something that our board decided to pursue prior to my arrival, and something that certainly we've worked hard on as a board and administrative team over the last few years. We believe that an opportunity to grow the school will make our school more sustainable and improve excellence for our students in years ahead, and hopefully help us survive another 90 years in our beautiful environment within Hope Ranch. We just celebrated our 90th year as a school, starting year 91, and it's amazing that Hope Ranch community is celebrating the 100th year of that community, and to know that we've been part of that rich history, serving students and families through our educational program, but also by opening our campus to people and trying to be a good neighbor. It was very clear early in my time in leadership at the school that the community was very concerned about traffic in particular relative to this proposed amendment. And so we've taken several steps conducted several traffic studies to try to help understand the challenges and address the concerns of our neighbors. We'll continue to hopefully to do that as we move forward. So thank you for the time today.
Mr. Welton.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Steve Welton from SEPS Land Use Consulting. As Chip pointed out, I've been working for Laguna Blanca since 2002 and did in fact process the 2007 CUP. It's been a pleasure working with them. Ron mentioned it, the HOA was established in 1925. This is a photo from 1938. The school opened in 1933. You can see the development at that time. You can see the development over a couple of years after that, 69, when the covenant that Mark mentioned was signed, and the development since then. So the community has grown. I want to give you a brief timeline. You've heard some of this through staff, but just we're going to have a short presentation today, but I think you want to mostly hear from Scott, but we'll be able to answer any questions you have. By the way, we received the appellant's documents at 10:30 in the morning on Monday, so we didn't really have that much time to respond. Nevertheless, Scott will be able to address them. So importantly, we did go to the HOA initially to talk about this project in 2019. Got their initial buy-in, and I understand that they wanted to make sure that we've had analysis and review by the county, and then we'll go back to them to review the covenant. We filed in March 2021, had a town hall meeting in December. We worked with Hope Ranch throughout. We had presented the traffic analysis to them with Scott Schell in the board meeting with them. And then eventually went to the planning director for approval in October 2023. Since that, as Chip mentioned, we've done a number of additional studies, which I'll get into in a second. And we updated and peer reviewed our traffic report in June. met with the appellants in July, and here we are. Going through the traffic background, we start off with AT's analysis, which they submitted to the county. Will Robertson reviewed it, asked for some additional information, which we did in June. At the HOA request, we did additional analysis to include additional traffic counts because they were concerned about the dates that were chosen. In August, we voluntarily, in cooperation with Hope Ranch, agreed to provide traffic control at that intersection. This was an effort to be a good neighbor and as an olive branch to folks that were concerned about this. And it wasn't to mitigate an actual impact that we'd identified, but we want to be helpful, and this is what our attempt to do that was. We did obtain the traffic control permit. We submitted to the road encroachment permit folks at County Public Works, obtained it. We've extended it previously. I think we're on track to extend it again soon because it's going to expire, but we prepared a traffic control plan, and we're happy to work with the county to put together a plan that works. But this is what we came up with as our first effort, and we think will be effective. Just notably, one of the measures of the conditions of approval is there is a mitigation fee of $220,000 that Laguna Blanca is going to be contributing as part of this project, which can go to traffic mitigation. Since 2023, when the director approved the project and the appeal was filed, we've conducted a third set of counts in 2024, which Scott will get into. And then we obtained data from Stantec that the HOA had engaged before they were engaged by us, and AT included that in their analysis. And then we engaged Stantec to do a peer review of Scott's analysis. Mark's letter implies that they were under our control the entire time. That's not the case. So then AT produced the final report, which you've seen today. We've reviewed this each step with county transportation to get their buy-in and feedback on those things. They all point to the same thing. The project does not have a significant impact on parking, levels of service, or VMT based on the county's adopted thresholds. Scott's going to get up here to give you a little bit more information now.
Thank you, Steve. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shell.
Good morning. My name is Scott Shell. I'm with Associated Transportation Engineers, and as Steve said, we've been doing the traffic studies for the project in 2022, and then more importantly, we did an addendum in 2024 that was submitted in June. So there were some questions about traffic counts. I think we've kind of heard about that. We did counts in 2022. We did counts in 2023. We did counts in 2024, and Stantec did 5 days of counts in 2023. I've worked for a lot of projects in the county. I think this is the most enthusiastic count program I've ever seen. So it's put that issue to rest. We heard about VMT. Commissioner Park had a question about annual versus when the school is open. It is an annual average, and we saw even the appellants in their calculations showed it as such. The screening analysis that we did was based on the actual traffic counts conducted at the school. There was a comment that nobody counted the school. Well, we counted the school and Stantec counted the school. So we used the school counts to have a sort of tailored trip generation rate for the increased students. So here's what the current students generate. If we add 55, we'll have this much of an increase. That study was the basis for our VMT screening analysis, and it found that the project would be underneath the 110 ADT threshold established by the county. We also looked at the ITE rates based on students, which is kind of the logical thing to do, right? And it confirmed that the local data we collected was accurate. It confirmed the results. We heard from Mr. Brohard an alternative theory on that. We should use the number of employees as the independent variable to figure out traffic. Well, I've done a lot of traffic studies for schools, and you always use the number of students to figure out how much traffic you're going to have. That rate came from ITE, and the ITE book for that particular rate has a warning. It says, caution, small sample size. There's only 2 studies. So what the book tells you to do is local studies, which we did. And that's where that information came from in our study.
Can I just clarify, when you say you based it on the school counts, like you did driveway counts and you backed that into a trip generate for Laguna Blanca? Is that what you're saying? When you say school counts?
Madam Chair, that's correct. We
Okay.
did counts, but we used the Stantec counts because they did for 5 days. We had done a couple of days, but they actually counted the school.
Okay, thank you.
So now, traffic engineering 101, via Senda. I wish we had the picture up that Mr. Chatillo had because I could show you some things. We didn't have time to do a lot of slideshow stuff because we got the information late. But
Can staff do that?
That would be
Picture
helpful,
up.
and it's worth
So-
a pause
so-
on the minutes.
So we've heard the issue.
let's-
We
wait,
assume 2
Michelle,
lanes.
let's get the,
There's
let's get
only one.
the via.
We could talk about it as they do that.
Okay.
Because I'm on the clock.
All right.
Oh, am I? Yeah. Clock stop.
Yeah, that's the important thing.
Okay.
Those minutes count.
So there's a, if we could look at the area real quick, you should at least get ours and then.
Oh, I see him fussing with cables. Technical issue. There we go, really bad technical issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So now we have the aerial, and the way that we calculated the levels of service for the southbound movement, if you can see where the stop bar is and the stop legend, do you see there's 2 stop bars? There's one that goes to the left, and there's one that veers off to the right. So we assumed is that as that flares out, that somebody turning right could actually get around a car turning left. So in essence, that approach operated as a 2-lane approach. And we've seen it out there. A car is turning left, and you've probably all done this in your life. A guy's turning left, and you want to go right, you go around him, and you make a right. So we observed that, and that's how we calculated it. In response to the comments that we got, we said, okay, let's say we do it the way Mr. Brohart suggested with just 1 lane. And we provided the calculations to county staff. They may be able to pull it up, I don't know. It essentially showed that the levels of service would be the same. So there wasn't a great improvement to the intersection by either going 1 lane or 2. It would still be at level service C, and the project would still be consistent with the community plan policies. So Mr. Brohard provided no evidence or calculations. You heard him talk. Well, I think it's going to get a lot worse, but he didn't really do the calculations, and we did that and provided it to the county. There were some questions about the bike path that we could just leave this here. Great, thank you, Mark. First of all, as far as the project traffic goes, the trip generation and traffic analysis we did show that the project would add 7 trips in the morning and 7 trips in the afternoon to that intersection. So it's a fairly small amount that wouldn't really impact the bike travel. The other issue is that the intersection is controlled by all-way stop signs. So that means it controls the right-of-way for both vehicles and bicycles. So you can't just go blowing through it. There's going to be stop signs on each side of the intersection, controlled for both bikes and cars. And that concludes my presentation. I'm sure I'll have questions
I have
later.
questions too, so. Okay, Commissioner Cooney.
Just one question while you're there. That initial picture that was on the screen that Mr. Chatillo provided showed a long line of traffic. Okay, well, in terms of pictures being important, is that something that you believe is accurate?
Well, I know that, excuse me, Madam Chair, Commissioner, Mr. Chatillo said it was the first day of school. Yeah. So when I do a traffic count at a school or a study, I don't go the first day. I don't even go the first week. That's one point. The second point is there's certainly periods of 5 to 10 minutes where the queue could get longer. There's no question about that. The way the county looks at levels of service for intersections and consistency with the general plan, circulation element, is to look at the hour. And so I'm not going to tell you that it doesn't queue up in the peak 5 or 10 minutes after school lets out, but we look at the entire hour time frame to develop levels of service.
Just quickly, without getting into details, and I'm not going to hold you to this, but if you were revising the traffic path at all, how would you solve that? Is there a way to address that long line possibility?
Commissioner, I'm going to take Commissioner Park's thing. Maybe I'll do that on rebuttal.
Okay, that's good. Oh, wait, I'm going to be here all day anyhow. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. I'm glad you brought up the the reality of what happens with a peak hour and you have a 15-minute crush. You have a higher 15-minute interval, right? So when I spent a lot of time near this school on both morning and afternoon, and I actually took down traffic counts, right? And so I would say my observation was that there was maybe 15 minutes or maybe 25 minutes when there were a lot of traffic at the Las Palmas Drive into the school. And at Villa Senda, it's a peak, but are we talking about like a 15-minute highest volume that is part of what you analyzed in terms of level of service, right?
That's correct. As I said before, the levels of service are based on the hourly volumes. So the county doesn't look at the peak 15 minutes. If you were to look at the peak 15 minutes, you'd find a much higher delay through the intersection. No question about that.
And then when we're talking about peak hour, are you talking about 4:30 to 5:30 peak hour on the roadway system, or is this peak hour of the school?
Madam Chair, our studies focused on when the school was operational. And so we actually studied 2 different days in the morning because there's 2 different bell schedules. Right. So we actually adjusted our count data to fit the bell schedules. Normally, for instance, we would count 7 to 9. For the Tuesdays, we counted from 8 to 9:30 because they had a 9 o'clock bell. So we sort of really tailored our traffic counts and our analysis based on the bell schedule. In the afternoon, they all let out consistently at the same time. So we just did sort of one cut at that.
Okay. And then regarding the Villa Senda geometry, it's been a long time since I did transportation planning, but I did it for a spell, as you well know. My understanding was that when you have a shoulder that provides for clearance of a car, it's okay to calculate it as a second right turn lane. It doesn't have to be firmly striped that way, and I think that's the way most of the cities in the county look at intersection operation. Can you just clarify that? Because this is a major issue in the appeal, that the calculation of the intersection was inappropriate based on having too many lanes assumed.
Yeah, as Madam Chair, as we can see in the picture, there's a flared approach there. And so the way that's designed, and the reason it's designed, is to allow somebody to make a right turn if somebody's making a left. So you can get 2 cars in there, and we observed 2 cars during some of our counts. Like there's actually 2 cars sitting at the stop bars to turn, and so that's what we encoded into our calculations. I think it's probably more important to go back to what I said earlier, which was we calculated it both ways. Mm-hmm. And it works either way you calculated it. So if we took Mr. Brohardt's suggestions and said we're just going to code it as 1 lane, which if we could pull it up would be great because I did it, and it shows about the same answer. So you'd think, wow, it should get a little better, but the way that gaps work and your turn works at the stop sign, it doesn't do that much good for that particular approach and the opposing volumes.
Okay.
I told you it was going to be traffic engineering 101.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Okay, my last question is on, we heard testimony today about the risk to bicyclists in the new beautiful crosstown bike lane, and I am unaware that agencies have some sort of a threshold that says any kind of traffic contributed to an intersection has to do some sort of additional analysis for bike lane safety. I mean, the bike lane is considered part of the striped right-of-way, and so I don't know who, looks at that critically, or if we're just happy that we get the bike lanes in there in the first place and, let the traffic go. It's a lot of info. Oh, look at this.
Thank you, Mr. Smuckle. Can you slide it down so we can just see a little picture up top? Because that way people got to understand. So you see the red arrows? Mr. Shatillo showed us the one on the left.
Yeah.
He went over there. He pointed at it. So the one on the left is what we did, and then I said, okay, Mr. Brohard has asked us to do it a different way, so the one on the right is just a single lane. And the answers, which are a little hard to read, are almost the same. So it wasn't like, oh, this is going to create an issue where we exceed policy, or the project is going to exceed policy. It really didn't change the results significantly.
Right, but that's actually intersection capacity. I guess my question was about
I
bike
just- we
lane.
had
Oh, you had it up. It is beautiful math. Yes, this is really helpful. Thank you. Okay, so when we add bike lanes to the infrastructure, it doesn't mean that we calculate traffic impacts from our projects separately for a bicycle lane, right? It's just part of, it's just part of the traffic counts. In fact, your traffic count forms include bicyclists, scooters, I believe I saw on some of your traffic data collections, and cars and pedestrians. So in your opinion, the amount of traffic that Hope Ranch or that Laguna is adding to these two intersections, is that going to adversely affect anything in terms of the bicycle traffic, which is pretty small?
As I stated before, Mark's or Mr. Shatillo's issue is the bike path crossing Via Send at Modoc. So that was the location I focused on. And it's not a big route for the school. Most of the school traffic goes up towards 101
Okay.
and State Street. So it's a pretty low distribution there. So it's 7 trips in the morning that would go through there, through that intersection of Via Senda. So that's 1 every 9 minutes. In the afternoon, it's the same amount of traffic. It'd be about 7 trips. So that level of traffic really doesn't rise to the need for a bunch of studies of interface between the bikes. And 2, the county is building this bike path, and like I said, this intersection is an all-way, so the bikes are legally required to stop there. It's not like you're going to have these guys just blowing through. Now, we know that how bikes roll, no pun intended. Some will, maybe California stop the stop signs, but in theory, they're supposed to stop and be safe crossing it.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any other questions. Commissioner Park?
Yes, and I'm a little confused right now. Are we waiting till the applicants finally finish to ask questions, or of this witness, or am I asking them now?
I would go now.
I don't care,
He's
but
there around the topic.
I would like a really quick at the very end. I'm probably just going to say thank you. Otherwise, we're done, and so please ask all of the questions of our team that you would like to ask.
Okay, Mr. Shell, back to the grind. Okay, so I want to make sure I really understand the daily counts, okay? And I had assumed that we took all of the trips for the year, and that's the numerator, and we divide them by how many days the school's operating. And so then if you had more trips in the summer, you'd have to add those trips in, whether they came up to the daily average or not. And they'd add to the numerator, and the denominator would be the same thing, and so we'd have a bigger number at the end, okay? But what I think I heard from Mr. Sewards is, no, we don't count the whole year. We only count the days that the school's in operation that are part of this project. And as this project, those kids will only be in school about, let's say, 9 months out of the year, whatever it is, let's say approximately that. And so we don't add them all up for the year. We only add up the time that those kids are in school. So that would be a different result. And it probably makes a difference because one might lead to a different number that triggers some thresholds. So can you inform me, are we looking at the whole year, or are we only looking at the period that's within the project description?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, both.
Okay.
So we do two separate sort of looks at average daily traffic. One is for the traffic study and consistency with community plan policies on roadway capacity. And those counts are done when school's in session and they consider school traffic. The second metric for average daily traffic, is VMT and air quality. So that is a different calculation, and that is where the annual average daily traffic comes in. So if you go to CaliMod or some air quality model that spits out, emissions, you're going to have an annual average daily estimate. And so for roadway capacity, we look at weekday when school's in session. For air quality VMT, we look at an annual average, which is why there's two different metrics. So when we heard, the issues about the summer, that was for the VMT and the computation of the annual average.
Okay, and we have a magic number of 110. Is that ADT or VMT or whatever? So which one of those is affected by summer enrollment?
Madam Chair, Commissioners.
That 110, is that?
That's the 110 is the AADT, and that is the VMT. If nobody was a planner, I'd be like, what did he just say?
So the annual, we would look at trips on an annual basis for determining that whether we meet that 110 threshold ADT. So then wouldn't we want to include the summer program because it adds to that numerator?
It's no net change.
Good question. That was the question we heard initially from the appellant. And as we heard earlier in the discussions, the project and the revised project description, the project is not proposing to increase the summer. It's capped at 330. It's not going to go above 330. We're not going to add 55 new students in the summer.
But I'm trying to understand if that verbal description makes any difference. I mean, if we got more people that we add in up on the top, okay, because they're there, whether they're at 330 or 250 or 100, and they add to the annual number, and then we divide it by the same number of days, it's going to be a bigger number. I mean, somebody's got to explain this to me, and I don't really care what the appellants think. I want to know what the answer is.
But they're not adding anything this summer.
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioners, as I understand it, we're going to add 55 students to the campus and their associated cars 9 months out of the year.
Right.
The other 3 months out of the year, we're not adding any more students. So 9 months, 55 students, 3 months, no more new students. And that's how the computation worked for calculating the annual average ADT.
But what I'm not getting, if I add up all the number of trips for 12 months, okay, I got to add in the summer ones. It's not zero, it's more, because that's when I divide that by a certain number.
Commissioner Park through the chair. So what the traffic study is looking at is the change in traffic trips. And so the summer traffic is already incorporated. It's the baseline. It's not changing. And so if the project is not adding new summer enrollment, the trips that are occurring during summer are already incorporated into the project. And so they're not adding new trips over the summer months. I think that's what Mr. Shell was trying to explain.
I'm hearing the same answer in different words, but we'll get to it later then. I don't want to, let me move on to another one for you, Mr. Shell. And this goes back to the calculation of ADTs and staff, okay? And you remember, in so many words, I think I got my terms right, the appellant, Mr. Brohard, is saying, well, gosh, when you calculated the ADTs, you added in the extra 55 students, but you didn't add in the 12 teachers, okay? And if you add in the 12 teachers, it brings us up to 136 ADTs, which blows well past the 110 threshold. And I believe what you said was, well, we always do it that way. We don't include the staff, we don't include the teachers, we just include the students. And that's under, I think you referred to ITE, kind of their standard manual of how to do it. And it's, but those 12, they really exist, right? And they really do drive cars, and it does make a difference to people out on the road, right? Now, does ITE, and I don't know if you know this or not, but it might say, well, you know, for every 10 students, we're going to assume there's one teacher, and so we build that into our model that's in the ITE manual. Or maybe they don't, and maybe they do it based on an average that includes public schools everywhere and things like that, and it doesn't have the same ratio of teachers to students that Laguna has. I was kind of surprised to read about 55 students. It's going to take 12 more teachers, but that's really cool for the students that they'll have all those teachers. But it's different from some average. And you know, we run into this all the time in the planning world. I used to litigate cases over trees, and I'd say, hey, you know, you mowed down a bunch of oak trees in Santa Barbara, and somebody would come up and say, well, we got this book that says in Iowa and Indiana and all that, the value of an oak tree is $3. Or when we had the Exxon trucking thing, we got, well, you know, big trucks have an accident every so often based on an analysis of all highways in America, when I'm looking at 166, which is a hellhole. And so it does matter, I think. But do you have an answer as to why you don't include the teachers? Does ITE plug it in somehow?
Madam Chair, Commissioners. So the trip generation rates in ITE include all the traffic generated at the school. So they do counts. That includes counts of the teachers and the gardeners and the parents dropping children off. So you count everything.
Custodians.
So ITE does look at all trips generated by the school. And then it says we're going to use an independent variable to figure out a rate. And so that is usually students, because it makes the most sense, right? The students kind of drive the traffic. Another pun. So the ITE rate do include staff. Mr. Brohard, in his assessment, used a rate that was based on the number of staff as the independent variable. So that wasn't just staff, that included the student trips. Staff obviously don't drive 16 times a day in and out of the school. You know, we feel that if you went to the IT route, it's much more appropriate to use the rate based on students, which is what we did as an alternative analysis in our VMT. As a caution from ITE, it says, so it includes everything, all traffic, but it also cautions, if there isn't a lot of samples, you should go out and do your own measurements. They like 5 as a minimum. So you have to have 5 study sites, and then they feel more comfortable about you including that data. Which is why we went and got the Stantec data to correlate and say we got local studies, we got IT studies, it includes all traffic, includes staff, students, and employees.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to pretend that I'm a traffic engineer, but I just wanted to note there are some unusual things that Mr. Brohard has presented that we didn't have the time to look at in really great detail. Again, we think that one of the most significant things is that he was making the assumption that we were increasing the numbers, including the numbers of teachers, for both the school year and the summer. So if I do some really quick math, and I think, if I remember correctly, he's assuming there are 252 days of increased students and staff. We actually have 175 days approximately of what we're actually having students and staff coming to the school on. So if you were to decrease on a percentage basis, I just did it by 25%. I think maybe it's actually closer to it's more than 25%. But using just 25% in his same math, I get a decrease of 34 ADT from the teachers if we don't have the teachers there during the summer. And while I don't understand what these numbers mean, just applying it to the numbers he presented, now the 136 becomes 102, and it's less than 110. So I hope that's somehow maybe helpful. Thank you.
It's helpful, but you know, I can say as a generality, you might wonder why sometimes we're skeptical or not quite confident in the science of traffic reports, because we can sure play with a lot of numbers. All right, but thank you.
I just know we did a lot of them.
Well, and I expect that Mr. Brohard will answer this in rebuttal, or somebody will. Thanks, Mr. Shell. Sorry for putting you under the spotlight, but you did a good job.
Okay, I'm going to, did you have questions? Go ahead.
I just had a minor question, yeah. and forgive us on the ADTs. It almost seems like every time we look at a project, I remember a project we're looking at up in Santa Maria, a low-income housing project, and you're looking at ADT calculations, and sometimes I think to people who aren't traffic engineers, when they look at all the daily trips and averaging out over a long time period, it almost seems like a bit of a shell game, so indulge us in trying to grasp that. Second, though, although the bicycles have come up, minor issue, but that bicycle path has come up a time or two. The one on Modoc Road, is that the same bicycle path that all the discussion was recently about cutting down a few palm trees and everything? So it's pretty heavily used? No? Yes.
It's all hope.
Another question, okay, is one of the things you mentioned with respect to that is riders come out, there's a stop sign, and they're expected to stop. Now, am I wrong? I think I recollect in the last few years or so in the state of California, in one of the Sacramento's efforts to encourage bicycle riding, didn't they pass a bill that would free bicycle riders from the responsibility of making a full stop when they came to a stop sign so they wouldn't be losing momentum? Am I dreaming that, or is that something that
Madam
you're
Chair,
familiar
Commissioners,
with?
I am not aware of that legislation.
Okay.
I know that the legislation of, 3 feet clear was passed a couple years ago. I am not aware of a carte blanche, break the rules
Okay.
law
And
yet.
then just with respect to that bicycle path, in terms of a hazard as a collision from someone who may not make a full stop, I mean, I'm sure Mr. Shatillo, when he's riding it, he's going to make a full stop. But maybe the 10-year-old kid on a bike near him, or one on an e-bike, or on an electric scooter is going to be zipping out there. So I think that's something to also take into some account, because, car-to-car collisions are one thing. They go to the body shop, the fender benders, but, bicycle car collisions can be much more serious, particularly for the person on the bike. So hopefully this will not exacerbate that, and that's taken into account, so.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, as I said before, we did look at how much traffic would be added to the intersection by the project, which is about 7 peak hour trips. So we didn't think that rose to the level of requiring, a much further study. It's kind of below a threshold level where you say, if it was 100 cars in an hour, you'd say, wow, maybe we should take a look at that. But I think that number is fairly low in terms of the project's actual impacts.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Shell. I think we've concluded our questions, and we're at a point in the day where it's 12 minutes to noon. So we can either start public comment, or we can try to do a lunch break now. What is the pleasure of the commission? We have 8 speakers, 5 here, and I think 2 or 3 on Zoom. Mr. Cooney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would be my choice to have the public speakers testify now so they don't have to wait around. But we could finish with the rebuttal after we start again.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
It doesn't make much difference to me, but I'm guessing we have about half an hour of public comment.
Yeah. So if we can hold on, I sort of favor that too, trying to get through the speakers now.
Yeah. And is there a difference between the speakers that are, on the line that can go off and take a nap or whatever, or the people that have to wait around here? Do we have to do them all?
We only have 8, I think, or
Yeah,
7.
what I'm getting at is the people that are here, if we put it off till afternoon, they got to go off and find something to do for an hour or whatever.
Okay. So yeah, no,
People that are at
I'm
home,
happy.
it's not a big deal.
I'm happy to focus on the people in the hearing room.
Maybe
So
start with the ones that are here.
let's move to public comment and.
Madam Chair?
Oh, yes. Mr. Pettit.
Yes, may I briefly respond to Commissioner Reed? I had a response,
okay.
an answer for him. I remember tracking this when it passed. There was a bill in 2021 that passed that would have allowed bicycles to treat stop signs as yield signs. It actually passed both chambers, but was vetoed by the governor, so it wasn't enacted.
So now they can yield.
Sorry, the bill did not. It was not
Did
signed
not
into law.
pass.
No,
Oh,
it was
thank you.
vetoed.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, because that would be confusing to me. Okay. All right, so let's go to public comment, and our first speaker is Bruce McRoy. Oh, and for all the people that are doing public speaking, it's a 3-minute time that you're allotted, and we'll keep track of it on the clock there above you. And after Mr. McRoy, we will have Kim Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Madam Chair, as a point of clarification, I was one of the appellants that you met with in May.
Oh, thank
So,
you. Okay, thank you. I'm
But
sorry.
I want to start by saying I'm a very big supporter of the school. I think it's a great addition to the Hope Ranch community. My concern is that we're about to adopt, or you're about to adopt, a CUP amendment that could be in existence for the next 20 years. And as Commissioner Reed mentioned, there's a lot of general language in it. And I think we need to be much more specific. Mr. Senow said that the school is in a strategic growth plan. The site of the school is a limited geographic area. There are limited roads into the school. So we have an immediate tension between how does that strategic growth get implemented in the Hope Ranch area without having it be a major impact on the community. I don't know the answer to that, but I would suggest that we plan that there will be issues arising in the future, and there's a mechanism to require the school to do some traffic mitigation and to impose some penalties if they don't. There is existing, I live on 275 Las Palmas. I see the line of cars that Mr. Chatillo put up in his PowerPoint presentation on almost a daily basis during the school year. That line of cars can extend up to half a mile from Villa Senda. It's a nuisance, and in one sense. In another sense, if I was having a heart attack, it could very well mean the difference between prompt medical attention and much more serious consequences. And I think that is something that the Commission should consider in evaluating the traffic. I'm amazed at the traffic engineering discussion. Gosh, I'm down to 55 seconds. I don't know that, but there is congestion. The school has been at 350 for 2 years. I don't know what the level is this year. It has talked about things to mitigate it. Nothing has been done. The mitigation could be accomplished through a flagman, possibly, through a busing system where students coming to the Santa Barbara or the Hope Ranch campus would be picked up at a spot off campus and bussed in. They have that in place now for the Montecito. Don't see why they couldn't do it here. There also could be staggered start and stop times. My time's up. All I would say is that those things should be identified and implemented, and the school should not be required only to propose things. They need to be implemented one way or another.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think we have a question.
Yeah, Mr. McCoy.
Mr. McCoy?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, one, I want to compliment you for bringing up mitigation ideas and so forth. But I have a question about what the traffic looks like from your driveway, okay, at 3 o'clock. And you're saying it often looks like what the photograph showed, okay? And I can commiserate with that because I live on a similar kind of position to Highway 246, and when Santa Ynez High School lets out, we get that kind of thing, okay? But I drove out to Laguna Blanca at 3:15 on Monday, and I encountered no traffic whatsoever on Las Palmas until I hit Paloma and made a left turn, and I saw no cars on Paloma, okay? I mean, literally none. But I did see a lot of sweet kids playing in the fields and things, and it was very bucolic, and it's a good reason to live in Hope Ranch. But can you explain what I'm saying? Is there a big difference between 3 o'clock and 3:10 and 3:15? What's your experience there?
My experience is that it's not time definite and that you can say at 3:10 on every day there will be traffic. because I'm sure there's variations. Kids stay at school on some days, so the traffic varies. All I know, and perhaps the school could respond to this, all I know is it's not infrequent at all to see traffic in front of my house, as Mr. Chatella showed, and that could take 15 minutes to clear, which, if I may, and I'm without violating my time, in one sense, that's an environmental issue. You've got 100 cars idling on one place on the road. No, I can't explain it. All I know is that, and I've got videos on my phone, which I have no idea as to how to get to you, but that show the traffic at multiple times last year and recently this year.
So just a personal question for you from a longtime fellow attorney.
Uh-oh.
You're home at 3 o'clock, and are you retired now?
I'm retired, and so I can be home then. And I'm not home on a daily basis. I don't plan my clock to say what's the traffic today. I just know that more often than not, it is congested at that point in time when I'm home.
Okay,
And
thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McBride.
Okay, if
We
I
appreciate
just
it.
one comment, I would really encourage you not to get bogged up in the engineering details. This is a personal thing in terms of people. Somebody could get injured. The other is, I think Mr. Chattel makes a very good comment about the bike path.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Kim Kimball, and that will be followed by Tina Nieves.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning. My name is Kim Kimball. I'm a 45-year resident of Hope Ranch. In 1991, I was counsel to the Hope Ranch Association when the restrictive covenant that you saw was recorded, memorializing a continuation of a longstanding 330 student cap. I don't know of anyone in Hope Ranch who wants the school to go away. I think we all see it as a good neighbor and a nice amenity for the neighborhood. It began as a community school for Hope Ranch children. It has evolved over the years into a regional school. Less than 20%, I understand, of the students come from Hope Ranch. That has exacerbated the traffic problem. Over the years, it has grown. The school's proposal to put a flagger in the morning and reserving no, or making no commitment about the afternoon is wholly inadequate. In fact, I think it'll exacerbate the problem. If in the morning the flagger moves the continuous stream of cars backed up on Lacumba Road, which can go all the way back almost to State Street, if they move those all through in huge chunks of traffic, we're not going to be able to cross Las Palmas, or people on the west side of Las Palmas will not be able to even get on it. The problem exists also in the afternoon, and there's no commitment for a flagger in the afternoon. As I saw the revision, it's at the school's discretion as to whether it puts a flagger there in the afternoon. It needs to be there, something needs to be there at both times. And I would suggest if it's a flagger, it be someone contracted by the school from the sheriff's department. And I realize that'll be handled by a different department, but it needs to be a competent, trained person to move that kind of traffic through that heavily traveled intersection at those times. So thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, excuse me, Tina Nieves, and she will be followed by Jennifer Drury.
Hello, Madam Chairman, Commission. Thank you for pronouncing my name right. No one ever gets that right. I'm an 8-year resident of Hope Ranch. I live on Laguna Blanca Drive off of Lago. So to give you a little idea, for those of you not familiar with it, when I'm going in and out of the ranch to my home, I'm turning right off of Lago onto Las Palmas towards the freeway.
What was the address?
I'm at 3920 Laguna Blanca Drive, but I have to go through Lago to get out of the ranch. So my point being that I'm turning right to go towards the freeway and towards that exit, and the school would be on my left. So I'm not actually having to travel past the school in either direction. I'm about, I'd say maybe a quarter of a mile from the school, so very close, and I'm one of those residents that did not receive notice of any of this. So I just want to go back to, actually, I want to agree with something that Mr. Kimball said, that the school was originally there to serve our community. And last time I inquired, I think there were only 7 households within Hope Ranch that were being serviced. So that factors in greatly to me, because it determines, like, when I'm weighing the benefits on either side, I feel like the residents are getting a lot of the impact for the benefit of a small, school that's just wanting to get more revenue. So I just don't want to be, I have no problem with the school, I just don't want to be impacted by it. So when we first moved on the ranch, we were going to purchase a home directly across from the school, and we surveyed it at different times and decided, it's a little bit too much impact, we'd prefer not to have to deal with that. So we ended up moving a quarter of a mile away in an area where we specifically would not be impacted. And for the first 5 years of living there, we truly weren't impacted at all. We had no problems. And then when the 21-22 school year hit, September, the difference in the amount of traffic and the impact to my daily schedule, it changed dramatically. It was immediate and dramatic. I instantly, contacted the school. What's going on? What's happened differently? Why am it's taking me so long to get in and out of the ranch? At that point, I just want to mention that the picture that was shown in Mr. Chatillo's presentation, that seems like a lot of traffic, but when they went up to 355 students, that was nothing. It was bumper to bumper, extending all the way back from the exit of the ranch, all the way back past the entrance to the club, to the Laguna Country Club. And I counted, because my daily schedule brings me back to my home at around 8 in the morning and takes me out of the ranch around 3 in the afternoon. So I was dealing with this on a daily basis. And coming back into the ranch, coming back to my home, when the school let out, I would be going against that traffic. And I counted up to 68 cars bumper to bumper at a time. And on the occasions where I had to go out when school was letting out, I would notice a lot of young drivers, it seemed like teen drivers, darting out of the lineup in order to go zipping up into our private roads and into the, up through the Laguna Country Club to try to get out much more quickly. So that's an additional amount of, safety issues that I have of the young drivers, using the private roads to find other exits.
Okay, thank you. But your time is up, so we gotta
Well, one last sentence.
Okay.
The most important sentence, which is, but I'm mostly concerned about the ability for emergency responders to be able to reach us and for evacuations, since that exit services 300 households within the ranch, and to be able to evacuate, in the case of a Lahaina-type fire, that's very concerning to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, following Ms. Nieves, we have, Jennifer Drury. That's our last in-place speaker, and then we'll go to our Zoom speakers.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm a long-winded speaker, so I have to piggyback on what my neighbors have said. Most recently, the primary safety concern. I think a lot of this is lost on this discussion of the shell game and numbers, and I think it's ADT and 110s and 134s, and I agree with, I think it was Mr. Park who said, and Mr. Reed who said that they're very hard to interpret. It's a science, and I just implore you all to look at common sense, not just the competing sciences and numbers, which maybe none of you, maybe none of us will ever truly understand. Common sense is usually what is most beneficial in determining situations like this. I am only a 4-year Hope Ranch resident. I moved to the ranch in December of 2020. I'm at 335 Las Palmas Drive, which is the third house in. from the Modoc entrance. And shortly after moving in, I was diagnosed with breast cancer and underwent 9 months of almost daily treatments that took me down to Cottage Hospital. Competing with the Laguna Blanca traffic for 8 a.m. doctor's appointments, and coming home after being infused with chemotherapy for hours and hours around 3 p.m. and not being able to easily access my home was very concerning. I piggyback on Bruce's comments about the safety concerns of getting in and out of that ranch. While I may end up having it easy in an emergency because I'm 3 houses in, I'm a lucky one on the outskirts. The ranch goes very deep. The streets are curvy. They move too fast in some areas and too slow in other areas. The first picture in our Mr. Chitillo's report, you can see my house, and that is how it looks every day. What you don't have an image of is what it looks like in the morning when you're trying to turn out into traffic, trying to maybe get to an early morning doctor appointment or some other appointment that one might have. There's a steady flow of traffic coming into the ranch. The bottleneck occurs on the other side of the stop sign. It goes almost back to State Street, over the freeway into Hope Ranch, but you still can't. You can't turn left into traffic in the afternoons. You can't turn left into traffic in the mornings, and it poses a serious safety hazard, not only for me, but for all of my neighbors. I first really noticed this traffic concern. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we need to go to our Zoom people.
Our first speaker will be David Paul, to be followed by Adrian Choi.
Good morning, almost afternoon, actually. My name's David Paul, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm a former emergency physician, trauma center medical director, and I was EMS director for 7 counties, urban and rural. And I'm just recently the chair of the safety subcommittee in Hope Ranch. And I sent an email, but I had a typo on it, so it got there after 12 noon yesterday. I'm writing to oppose the increasing the maximum school enrollment at the Laguna Blanca school. I think it will impact in a negative way both the residents of Hope Ranch, but actually the entire community. I witnessed this when I happened to be driving into Hope Ranch early because of an early morning appointment. During the time when the student enrollment was at that level they're proposing now, it was backed up on the frontage road and it was backed up on State Street. And as you know, or the ambulance, the AMR people based themselves out of the old Sears store location. And when an emergency vehicle tries to clear, people try to get out of the way, but there's no place to get out of the way either on the bridge over the 101 or once people enter Hope Ranch, you just can't move. And so it's a lock-in situation. Now it occurs at peak time during the day, but it's the proposed increase will not just affect the people in Hope Ranch. It has the potential to impact the entire EMS service area in that area, in this particular region. Additionally, there's been requests to add additional housing in the La Cumbre Plaza, and that will increase the traffic. So I think if you're looking at impacts on safety and EMS access, you need to include not just the Hope Ranch access, but where it backs up to. And the traffic studies, I didn't hear them addressing thresholds, but as you know, at some point, too much traffic, and then you get stop and go and all that kind of stuff. I kind of look at the world differently than a lot of people, and I just see opportunities for preventing tragedies. And by the way, putting a flagger at an intersection like that with an emergency vehicle trying to come through, you could be dealing with injuries to the flagger. It's a pretty high risk operation, flagging traffic. So for those reasons, I really support, actually, I oppose the increased number of students for the school. And that's really my.
Just about up
I'm
on your
done.
time. Thank you. And Commissioner Park, you had a question?
Yeah, quick question, Dr. Paul. I thought you wrote a good letter and raised some unique issues. But when you refer to I think you said chair of the safety subcommittee. When I think of subcommittee, I think that must be a subcommittee of a committee, and that's a committee of some organization. But I don't know what organization you're referring to. Safety subcommittee. What?
My apologies. Yeah, it's the Hope Ranch Homeowners Association has an overall committee looking at safety and security. It was recently formed. I'm on the safety subcommittee, and we're looking at things like line of sight where vegetation for turns are blocked. Should the private roads be restriped? That type of, looking for opportunities to prevent unnecessary injuries.
But when you speak and refer to you being the chair of the safety subcommittee, you're speaking as a private individual? Because I didn't see something from the committee or from the Hope Ranch Association saying yay or nay on this.
I'm sorry. It was the safety subcommittee discussed this, and it was recognized as something, but it was no formal motion. It was our. So I'm speaking as a private citizen on this beat.
Well, thank you.
Okay, that concludes. Do we have any more? Yeah, we do.
We have one additional hand up, Adrian Shuley.
Ms. Shuley, 3 minutes.
Okay, Madam Chairwoman Bradley and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity.
Whoa.
I am a layperson who has lived in Hope Ranch since 1989 and has enjoyed Laguna Blanca as a neighbor. I support them as a person, but we have a traffic problem now. My concerns are safety as a high fire risk area and avoiding a Lahaina incident in our area. We have approximately 3,500 people who could be in the ranch trying to get out, let alone our large animals, which trailers need to come in to get out in an emergency. And I just feel with we only have 3 reliable exits in Hope Ranch in an emergency. And I am very concerned about our fire safety at this point. And we have no evacuation plan. And to bring in another layer of concern, because we would be concerned for those kids getting out in an emergency, I think we first need to take care of the problem we have now. Even during the summer, we were backed up all the way to the lake in the afternoon trying to get out of Hope Ranch. And it all started when that stop sign was put in at Lucinda. I can't remember when that was, but that stop sign has become a real problem for our ranch. We have a problem now. I would hate to see us put another layer on top of it. And that's all I want to say this morning.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Shuley.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Villalobos.
We have an additional hand up.
Okay. So hopefully this is the last one because I am needing a break pretty soon. That everybody else is. Yes.
Our next speaker is Eric and Shauna Berg.
Go first. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. I don't know that they can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shauna Berg. I reside at 1129 Estrella Drive, which is 2 doors above Laguna Blanca School. I'm a 20-year resident. And I'm a walker. On 3 separate occasions, when I have been walking on my morning routine, I have almost been hit by Laguna Blanca parents. I know they're Laguna Blanca parents because I see them making a right into the school from Estrella and turning into the parking lot for drop-off. The last time a parent almost hit me, I looked at him like a deer caught in headlights. He smiled and gave me the finger. They are not supposed to be using Estrella, which is why I walk on Estrella, but they too are frustrated, I'm sure, about being caught in traffic. And so they use the side streets to get their children to and from schools. This number has been at 330 for many years. There is no benefit whatsoever to increase the number to 385. What is it going to take to stop this and to allow our community to be the peaceful community that we purchased in? My husband would also like to speak as well.
As long as you're within 3 minutes, you got 1.4 seconds left. 1.4
Okay.
minutes.
Thank you. I can cover this. This is Eric Berg, and as Shauna's husband, I can speak to the safety issues. I've seen it in person. It's a quality of life issue for us. There are specific times during the day where it's just not a good idea for us to leave our homes. And those quality of life things, as you've heard from everybody, are not necessarily reflected in the four corners of any of the traffic documents you're looking at. They're from the experiences of those of us who you're hearing from today and how this infects their comfort and convenience and quality of life. The 330 number for Laguna has been there for about 50 years. It's been baked into the governing documents of both Laguna Blanca and Hope Ranch. It's controlled how we've operated between each other over the years. And I think the commission can get a sense of the significant problems that all the stakeholders have had with this existing 330 number. I think we would be well advised to focus on solving our problems, attempting to solve our problems with the existing numbers in place and not have an additional 20% increase heaped on top of us, on top of the existing problems. That's all I had. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. That concludes our public comment period. And what we're going to do is take a lunch break of 1 hour, which means we will be back here at 1:18. Hopefully everybody can make that, 1:18 on the dot. And then we'll go to rebuttal for both the appellant and then the applicant. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of September 25th. We will start back, and we are on the Laguna Blanca case to deliberations. Really, we're on rebuttal. Sorry. That was just a long lunch break. I apologize.
You can't dispense with us that way, that easily.
No. You wouldn't think of it.
We ready?
Yes.
Okay.
We got you at 4 minutes. Did they take
Okay.
16 before? Okay. Oh, okay.
I'll save 15 seconds.
Okay.
Hopefully. Just
All right.
use that. All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman Bridley, members of the Planning Commission, Mark Chatillo for the appellant. Thanks for the opportunity. This has been obviously a very technical and fairly detailed analysis of, and I think that just displays the fact that the issues are not all fully resolved. Mr. Shell claimed that that Stantec did do driveway counts. The only reference to that in any of the materials to the Stantec counts are for the Las Palmas and Villa Senda intersection. That's from the May 10th report. So if there were driveway counts, we haven't seen them. And that is necessary in order to calibrate and corroborate driveway school trips to Villa Senda and other trips along the way. And so lacking that, it's really difficult to know, well, are these really the numbers or not? What you do know is empirically, there's a traffic issue in Hope Ranch based on 330 students. And there needs to be a solution. Flagging is not a solution. In my experience, it's unprecedented to have operational flagging. The permit that was provided in the materials was for a temporary 30-day construction flagging. The liability associated with somebody getting out there in the traffic, you heard from the ER doc that's going to be a very tenuous or risky proposition to be out there. And I'd be interested if the county can report that there are other projects. Looking at all the CUPs that I've dealt with in my career, never has there been permanent flagging of traffic in order to manage it. There's reference to, we heard from the school that they started this project in 2019, but it's important to recognize, and Mr. Villalobos, if you could put up our PowerPoint again. It's important to recognize that in 2019, the project that was being proposed and discussed with the HROA, to the extent there was real meaningful discussion, was for combining all of the students, K through 12, at the Hope Ranch campus. And I think at that time, there was some question in Laguna's mind as to whether, in fact, they were going to maintain the Howard School campus. They've since purchased it, I understand. So, and this is evident in the 2022 traffic study, where you can see the highlighted numbers. They're looking at baseline and future for a K through 12. That's not this project. Now, I don't know if it's different or not, but we need to know. We need to know what exactly is this project and what are going to be the traffic impacts. And I think that really leads to my final point, which is the findings. You cannot make the findings. So the finding that you need to make, and I didn't take it in as much detail as I'd like to have done, for the first one, is that the proposed project was analyzed for potential environmental impacts and policy consistency as part of the 2007 approved project. Well, when we look at your findings, the Planning Commission 2007 findings, they are, quote, in finding 3.3 for the CUP, quote, the traffic is not anticipated to exceed baseline levels as the 330 student enrollment cap would remain in place. Now, you need to make a finding that finding is still in effect in order to approve this as an amendment. I still believe that the processing of this project needs to be as a CUP revision. So I'll leave you with that. I don't think you can make the finding because you would have to make a finding that affirm the 2007 finding, which overtly and affirmatively determined that there was a 330 student cap. The project needs additional analysis in order to make sure that we can address the important issues in the home community. Thank you very much. And I'm available for questions, as is Mr. Brohard.
Okay, you got that slide on the screen. It's your slide. It says, we have to make a finding that the location of the proposed project was analyzed.
It's not the.
Okay, so is it just, let me, hear me out.
The
Is
location
it just
is
the
not-
location, or is it that the proposed project? Because proposed project seems broader subject than the location.
I paraphrased. Let me read from the ordinance itself, from the code for.
There you go.
Section D2F. An application for an amendment shall be approved only if the director and commission makes all of the following findings. That the findings required for approval of the CUP, including any environmental review findings made in compliance with CEQA, that were previously made when the CUP was initially approved, are still applicable to the project, with the addition of the development proposed by the application for the amendment. So that's the entirety. I should have put that up there, but slide skips. So my argument is that if the previous findings were for 330, and they said there would be no traffic impacts associated with that, now you're required to make the finding that that finding is still in effect. And at this point, the project has changed. It goes to 385 students. There's 55 more students and 12 more staff people. So you can't make the findings for the amendment for that reason, and because there are changed environmental impacts, see Brohard, and because there's a new general plan, the community plan has changed and added a bunch of other policies. That's the second finding that you have to make, that it's, and I'll read the whole thing, that the environmental impacts are determined to be, are the development proposed are determined to be substantially the same as those in previously approved. That's not the general plan finding.
Commissioners, if we could also ask, I'm not sure what Mr. Shatillo is reading from. If he could clarify what he's reading.
It's the site here, 35-84040 is the findings.
And you have a copy of the code?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Well, and I think our findings that are proposed for this in the packet are relatively brief. There's just 2 of them. They embody all this. They almost word for word. It's what they mean, of course, that we can dispute, but.
That is correct. And of those findings, the conditional use permit finding is 2.1.1. Yeah. There's made in compliance, and that the findings that were originally made when the CUP was approved are still applicable to the project with the addition of the proposed development. So the finding there was that there was no impacts to traffic, and the basis of that finding was that there were no changes to the baseline. Now you have changes to the baseline, and you have evidence, and admittedly there's 2 threads of evidence here, whether there's a significant impact to traffic or not. And under the fair argument standard, that would itself trigger, under CEQA, environmental review. But I think as a practical matter, as you sit as planning commissioners, you've heard.
Let me interrupt you for just a moment. You can't tell this, but my fellow commissioners are telepathically reminding me that you're answering my question after your time ran out. And so if you go beyond the scope of what my question is, you probably ought to not stay up there. And I think you're kind of adding more material as though you were still in rebuttal. So I'm going to remind you that we're beyond the scope of my question.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Seconds are precious up here, so I appreciate your admonition, and I stand.
And I do have
silent.
a question on Mr. Brohard.
Okay.
Now, he didn't show up here, but he's still.
He is on the
Zoom,
phone.
So I can safely ask
here by
that
Zoom.
Okay. So again, Mr. Brohard, I'm going to ask you to focus on your calculation that using staff addition, the 12 more teachers, and it's called teachers, I believe, not just staff in general, teachers in the staff report or the project description, that yields a 136 ADT, well over the 110 threshold, and you've heard that refuted somewhat by Mr. Shell of ATE, Can you explain your position there? Are you referring to the ITE manual, or are you kind of custom calculating this given the higher teacher to student ratios, or how do you come to your 136?
Thank you, sir. I'd be glad to answer that. What we have is, or what I thought we had in terms of the project, was an addition of 12 staff. And with the 330 remaining students, no increase in the students, but 12 additional staff. So ITE publishes trip generation rates per student for a private K-12 school, also for, they call them employees, again, private K-12 school. Where I got my math on the slide that was shown earlier was the 12 new employees and the 16 trips per employee, and then prorating that to a school year, 252 over 365, and that comes up with 136 AADT. Now, Scott was right. There are more studies. There are 6 in the ITE manual that refer to trips per student for a private K-12 school. But there are also 2 studies that have come up with this rate based on 2 studies. So, and occasionally ITE says use with caution. We can use it with caution. This is material that's available in the nationally published ITE Trip Generation Manual, the 11th edition.
Thank you.
Remarks there, Mr. Schill.
The site to the comp plan, which in the findings, if you'd like, I can tell you where that authority is. It is the authority that's cited there. And I'd like to just read it for you. And that is that as part of the processing, it's not the findings, that the director shall review the application for the amendment for compliance with the comp plan, including any applicable community plan. That's where the community plan is there. It's not an express finding for you, but it is a requirement that the director have reviewed it. You're sitting as the director now, so this remains an ongoing obligation.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that responded to your question.
Well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so now we go to the appellant for their rebuttal, closing comments.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think the greatest thing was I just heard from their expert saying Scott is right. And I think that is the reality. You have a traffic study that was done at the last minute, provided to us very much at the last minute. And one of the most significant things in it is, at least they think, the number of staff at 12 somehow drives us over a 136 number. I'm going to go back to what I mentioned before. They used staff there 252 days a year to get to that. We don't have staff there 7 days a week, which during the school year to get to that number, we are way below 252 days a year of those staff. When you do the very, very simple math, and you don't even include the fact that the ITE manual notes that staff is already in the student count, but just accepting their methodology, we don't go over the 110 number. We've done traffic studies. Again, we've done a year of additional traffic studies after your zoning administrator made those findings. Mr. Chatillo used a phrase that I thought was great, which is that this project deserves the dignity of a revision. The real difference between an amendment and a revision is the revision, the decision maker is the Planning Commission, and you end up with a hearing for the public in front of the Planning Commission. I want to thank you all for having this hearing in front of the Planning Commission on our request. I believe this has now had the dignity of a revision. If you have additional questions, we have the team here. We didn't bring all of the parents of our kids because we wanted to give this process the dignity of recognizing your time. I'm going to give you that dignity, and I'm going to leave 48 seconds on the clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holbrandt. Do we have another question? Yeah, looks like it. Wait, don't sit down, Mr. Holbrandt.
And I'm hoping it's for somebody who is important, like our traffic engineer. But
Where's your
yes.
part?
Well, no, it's for you, but I think
Okay.
you're important.
Thank you, sir.
So, does a revision as opposed to an amendment require more environmental review or different environmental review, or is it exactly the same?
So in this instance, I believe that it would be exactly the same. I would also note, though, that one of the things, and I didn't know if I even wanted to bring this up, but one of the things that isn't in the language that Mr. Shatillo referenced is there are two different possibilities for an amendment from a CEQA standpoint. One is if the project impacts had been previously reviewed and there's not a significant increase, which is our circumstance. The second is if the project can be found to be exempt. There actually is a specific exemption available for school projects with an increase of less than 25%. So we are actually what is characterized in CEQA as a minor increase. I hate to even start down that rabbit hole, but in this instance, the findings are the same. The findings were made. The findings can continue to be made because there is no significant impact from this addition in any area, not from traffic, not from safety, and we can talk about the safety plan that we have because we do in fact have an evacuation plan. The rest of the community does not. We have one. We have regular safety drills. We had to evacuate the campus, I believe it was a year and a half ago. We were able to, on our own, evacuate our entire campus in 45 minutes. So we do not have impacts, including we don't have significant impacts from this minor increase. I also would note, yes, especially since COVID, there is an increase of traffic in the area. Since COVID, there's also an increase in interest in having kids go to private schools because we stayed open during COVID. There was some testimony that we have been over 350 for the last 2 years. I just want to note that's absolutely not true. We were at 350 for a relatively short period of time in the COVID year when public schools were closed and we were open. And so we've admitted to that, we recognize that. We've agreed to impose on ourselves conditions which we think will help the traffic issue in Hope Ranch, which we think is largely caused by people who are remodeling their houses and who have added gardeners and who are now staying home because you can work from home.
I'm getting those same telepathic reminders about responding to my question.
I am sending it, yeah.
Yeah. You know, what I mean, and I hope everybody in the audience gets it, when I ask a question, then that, you know, is not subject to the time limit, and then the answer should be that. But if the answer turns into, well, now I'm going to do some more rebuttal, then it makes me look like a jerk.
Sorry.
Which I don't believe, but it does. So anyway, thank you. I have some questions to Mr. Sino, because I understand, Mr. Sino, you would be the person for me to ask for a little bit of history. And you know, I've asked Mr. Sino some of these questions before lunch just to prepare him for what I was getting into, and you know, he's too young looking to have been there all the way back, but I think he's prepared to answer these questions. So let's go back to the time of the, was it the CUP or something involving the CUP? Was 2007. Howard School, which you ultimately took over, was at what level? Do you know?
When we started to lease the Howard School campus in 1999, the CUP limit for students is 100.
Okay, so And is it still 100?
That's correct.
And there was 100 students, is that right? Or,
That's correct.
I know Howard went way down for a while, but when you took it over, it was 100?
Current enrollment is 100. I don't know precisely what it was at the time in 1999.
Okay.
But it was close to 100, I believe.
Okay, and as of the time you kind of got more involved, 4 or 5 years ago, was it at 100?
Yeah, we've been in the 90s, close to 100, and we're at 100 now.
So if I'm looking for different ways of mitigating things, if you were required to do that, moving more students over to the former Howard School campus is going to run into the limit over there, right?
That's correct. It wouldn't be the most realistic option.
Right. So if you wanted to take 5th grade and move it over to K4, you couldn't do it as you see it now.
Correct.
Okay. And the paperwork, which would include the staff report and I think the project description and other submissions, talks about busing of students from the Hope Ranch campus, the younger ones, over to Montecito.
Yes.
Is there something reciprocal where the older students are bused from Montecito to Hope Ranch? I didn't see that in the paperwork, but I would imagine it'd be a good idea.
We do bus students both ways every school day. So and the bus has been is near capacity, with about 40 students going each way each day.
Okay.
So
And,
about 80 students
is
total.
there a demand for more than that capacity right now among the parents?
There hasn't been to date, no.
Gotcha. Okay, well, that's my questions, and you've done a good job answering them, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reed?
I had a question for Mr. Sino, just for a moment.
Yes,
I believe somewhere in here I read that one of your school's goals was to increase the number of 5th graders.
We would be looking to spread out perhaps the increase. We also would not be, as we've communicated to all groups about our plans in the short term, we would be not looking to reach the 385 immediately. We would be looking to start with some modest intentional growth to help preserve the character of our school. And some of that could be adding 5th grade, and some of it could be adding in grades 6 through 9 as well.
Okay, so just another question around that. Are your class sizes for each grade level at the Montecito School similar in size to those at Laguna Blanca?
At the Hope Ranch campus?
Yes.
So we're, generally we would have about, maximum of about 20 students in a EK through 4 or K through 4 classroom in Montecito. In Hope Ranch, it varies. 5th grade operates on more of a homeroom model, so it's about 20 students.
What I was getting at, though,
sorry.
is there some drop-off in level of continuing students when they finish 4th grade to continue on to Laguna Blanca?
We transition about 90% of the 4th grade to the 5th grade each year.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I don't think I have any questions for you. I do have questions for Will Robertson. Is he available? And maybe before we go there, we can actually have planning staff help walk me through the revision versus the amendment. And the way I understand, let me just state it the way I understand, is that we had a project approved in 2007 that was all vetted through CEQA and the action of the county. Now that is the new baseline. So when they came in for this request for just a change in enrollment, everything that was previously done that's history, right? Because the previous ND and the previous action letter was all about the construction of the master plan at the campus. So now we're just looking at the students. The students have been analyzed in terms of traffic generation and distribution by 1 and 2 traffic engineers by the applicant, and we have the third party from the appellant today. I don't understand why the 2007 action is being so implicated in today's action, because we are looking at the net change. We're looking at the delta today, right? So can you help remind me about that? And maybe it's just because I haven't looked at this code section myself. So walk me through that.
Chair and commissioners, everything you stated is exactly correct. The 2007 conditional use permit is already approved. The mitigated negative declaration that was prepared for that is already adopted. So yes, what we're looking at is the delta between that and the current proposal, and whether or not that increase results in a new significant impact per county thresholds, per county policy, and per our adopted thresholds and guidelines and county code. There was additional review done for this project via an addendum to that mitigated negative declaration, which is the appropriate environmental review document. And to Commissioner Park's question earlier that he asked Mr. Wilbrandt, he said, can there be more environmental review? Yes, there can, and there has been in the addendum. There could be more additional environmental review in the addendum as the appropriate document, because what we found is that there is no significant impact per county thresholds and guidelines. And as you stated, there's a traffic study, there's additional traffic counts, there's a peer review by Sandtech, there's a response from ATE to Mr. Brohard's comments, and Will Robertson with Public Works Transportation has peer reviewed all those traffic studies and has also reviewed and concurs with ATE's, the additional information that ATE provided today, and he is available to answer your questions.
Great, because we didn't vote that into the record, remember? So we're not supposed to know about that. But okay, then maybe we can get Mr. Robertson on the phone, because what I really want to hear is from the county's expert, the county staff, both on the analysis, that we are below the 110 VMT, and that the intersection analysis after the addition of student traffic is sound, and we can rely on that. And then secondly, I would like to hear about this flagging offer of the project description in terms of how the county would implement that, because I agree with Mr. Chatillo, it's kind of unusual. And how does the county kind of stay in touch with that? So that's my questions, if he heard us.
And Chair, before we go to Will Robertson, I think Chris might have a few additional things to add. And I would also like to clarify that I do think that Mr. Schell's testimony today is on the record, which included responses to Mr. Brohard. And Mr. Robertson can tell you whether he agrees with that testimony or not.
Great, thank you.
Chair and commissioners, I just want to say that as a reminder, the flagging operation is something that Laguna Blanca has proposed as part of their project. It's not a condition that the county is implementing or requiring that they implement, and that they have submitted their conceptual plans to our Public Works Transportation Division for them to review. So
as part of an encroachment permit
application. As part of an encroachment permit application.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So, Mr. Robertson?
Will, are you on?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
So did you hear that?
I heard, yes, I did. I heard everything.
Everything.
I heard everything. Let's start with the flagging. So that one, apparently I was reminded during the meeting that I had talked about this with planning. I'm going to say I don't remember. But with that said, yes, I will have to agree with Mr. Chatillo on this one, that it is highly unusual. It's not something that we would normally lean to. But with all that said, it's not even a mitigation measure. So I don't even know if we need to dive into it too much, other than the fact that it would be something that would be under Public Works purview. We would require an encroachment permit for it. And as was stated earlier in the hearing, yes, I think our concern is going to be a liability issue with it. It would have to be somebody trained. There's going to be insurance requirements. There's a lot to it. So I think the statement was made that it is quite possible that it wouldn't even be approved, although I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard that there's something in the works that's been reviewed by us. So I think I'm just going to land on this with the fact that it's not even necessary. If we want to have a further discussion about it, that's fine. It's going to be above my level of being able to approve something like that. But Gary Smart, the county traffic engineer, would have no problem entertaining that kind of idea, and he'd give his thumbs up or thumbs down depending on the conversations. So that's where I'm going to land with that one. So there are a couple things that kind of caught my attention. We were talking about peak hour. I don't want to confuse anybody here, but Chair Bridley, you've done traffic a lot. We've had really good conversations about things. And I think one thing that we're getting confused about here was the actual peak hour. And Public Works, for at least our policies, we are only concerned about the AM or PM peak hour impacts. So based on the trip generation rates that were supplied by ATE, peer reviewed by Stantec, and then also reviewed by myself, we're looking at 9 p.m. peak hour trips and 61 a.m. peak hour trips. Our standard policy as a traffic study is required after 50 peak hour trips, which obviously the 61 a.m. does trigger. But then it leads us down this path that we've had a discussion on about what is the proper independent variable. And agreeing with Scott Schell, students are usually the independent variable. And I do agree that in the ITE rates, it is all inclusive. It includes staff. It includes the gardener, as was stated. It includes parents. It's everybody that goes to the site. Could we use a different independent variable? Yes, we could. So while you guys were on another topic, I just looked, okay, well, what if we choose the employees, the 12 employees as the new independent variable? Oddly enough, I came up with almost the exact same answers that Mr. Schell came up with, just doing the 55 student increase. So 12 employees based on ITE rates. Just for clarity, I use the 8th edition rate because that's the first book that I grabbed off my shelf. They shouldn't be all that much different. I ended up with 63 ADT instead of the 61 in the report. And I ended up with 11 PM peak hour trips. So they are comparable. If we're only talking about the delta, I don't see a huge difference. I also would not agree that there would be over the 110 ADT for the VMT analysis. So that's where I land on that one.
Okay, thank you.
I also want to bring up that, and I'm going to caveat this with, I'm not saying there isn't an impact to the residents. I'm well aware that in your community you have impacts that you're passionate about. But by our standards, having a line of cars around a school during a school peak hour is not a traffic impact. It's normal. Every school, I have one literally 200 feet away from my house. And if I go there at 3 o'clock, there's a line of cars there every day, and they normally dissipate within 15 to 20 minutes. It's something that happens around every school. And that kind of goes back to the comment that we talked about, where the county doesn't look at the peak 15-minute impact. We look at the overall hour. So that's why in the traffic study, we're seeing that there are no impacts over the hour addressed, because those traffic impacts do dissipate. Part of the reason the county does not believe at looking at the 15-minute peak, and we will it in some cases, but not generally around schools, is because then we would be over designing intersections and asking for large capital improvements around every school for a problem that occurs over 15 minutes. So again, I'm not saying that there isn't a short-lived impact, but that short-lived impact occurs at every school throughout the county, whether it's in Hope Ranch or whether it's in Orchid or Lompoc. It's just part of life with a school.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone else have any other questions for Mr. Robertson? Okay, yes, Mr. Cooney.
Not so much a question, Mr. Robertson, but I can't help but notice your excitement about being part of our deliberations today. And I want to welcome you and encourage you to come back again whenever you can.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for making the time. Okay, so I don't know that we have any other questions for staff. I'm not seeing anybody's light on, so that would mean we go back to deliberations, right? Jeff is really busy, and I want to make sure that I'm doing it in the right order. Yeah. Okay, so it's a second district site, and I will take my cue from Commissioner Cooney, but I would love to hear from the other commissioners. I have some opinions about that, and maybe there's some things that we can do in the conditions of approval, but I would very much like to hear from the rest of the commission first. Don't all jump in. Go ahead.
I'll always jump in.
I know you will.
I think this has been very well presented. We have had some really excellent correspondence that we received as part of the record. I think the attorneys have done a good job today. I know them both very well. They're very competent, experienced, and I appreciate that. I have an emotional reaction and an intellectual reaction to this. When I drove by the school, was it yesterday, the day before, whatever it was Monday. And I looked to my left and saw the field full of happy kids. I thought, that's a beautiful sight. And a community would be proud to have that. Because if Hope Ranch doesn't have that school there, it's a lesser community. It's just a bunch of wealthy homes and things like that. But that school, it's a beautiful thing. And it's emotional reaction. And I didn't feel that it was burdensome. Now, my intellectual side says the planning commission isn't really about who do we like and do we like projects. It's about a process. And I'm well reminded, and I say well reminded because Commissioner Cooney has reminded me of this for 6 years. We have these processes in place that slow us down and have us dot the I's, cross the T's, and make sure we're doing a thorough examination. And that's why we look at policies and environmental review and so forth, instead of just saying, I like the project. Here, given the time we've had, what we've looked at, I cannot personally say that I am certain of what the answer is with respect to the traffic studies. I've heard different sides and different things. I would personally benefit from more examination on my own part. You know, you got to understand, as a planning commissioner, we get this big stack of papers 4 or 5 days before the hearing, and we wade through it, and we might see 24 issues. But then I go to the hearing, and it's an excellent hearing like this one, and it comes down to 3 or 4 issues, and then I can go back and understand that. So for me to become certain on where to go with what the traffic studies say, then I would have to spend more time examining it. I have the same reaction to, is this a revision or an amendment? It is feeling more like a revision than an amendment to me right now. But I would benefit from the kind of thing I always did when I was practicing law. It's going back and carefully examining the exact words and maybe looking at case law and so forth and seeing if it made any kind of real difference. So I got that going. Other thing that is somewhat troubling to me is I find the kind of offer of mitigation, I'll call it that the applicants made, and it's in their project description. We got to take that seriously. That's the most fundamental thing there is, and that is that if there's 350 students, we go to traffic management and flagging, and I find that to be so incredibly vague that I don't understand it. I can't take it seriously. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't think it actually means anything as it's described. I would be much more comfortable with more ideas being discussed as to what to do in the future if there are problems. You've probably all heard me talk about my, pet solution, which of course is adaptive management plans. because I find it's hard sitting here to take out the crystal ball and say, if you've got a 15% increase in the number of students and teachers, is it going to go past a tipping point, to use Malcolm Gladwell's phrase? Because tipping points, that was the whole point of that book, was that sometimes you don't get a linear response to what occurs from an input. Sometimes the output is much worse, or sometimes it's negligible, and that's under debate here. I would feel much more comfortable to have an if-then that's a little more elaborate than the if-then that's included now. The if being, if it's 350 or above, then we go to flagging, whatever the heck that means. That's why I asked Mr. Sino those questions about, can you move one grade from one school to another? Can you increase the busing? Can you do whatever? And I don't think we've had a robust discussion of that. It's not in the project description. One of the problems, perhaps, with our process is that when people opposing a project from the public get up, they come up and say no, say no, say no. But really here, I favor this project. I'm just not comfortable enough yet with the paperwork to vote for it, because I would like to see a reasonable discussion by all sides of what some of those solutions might be. At the extreme, it's traffic lights and things. Well, that's very expensive. Maybe it's a left turn lane here, or it's a whatever, or maybe it's more busing or something. But I haven't heard that discussion really from either side, and I wish there was an opportunity for that. And I want to point out something in the analysis that goes beyond the traffic studies. If we just look at the findings we have to make, there's only 2 of them under the conditional use permit findings. And the first one is the one that my paraphrasing is that the findings from the original CUP are still valid, okay? And we go back to that. Unfortunately, I can't remember where it is in this stack, but we have the original findings, and I think it's finding 3.5. And that's our classic finding that we usually now see is 2.1.1.5 and 2.1.5, yeah. And it's the one that says that the project is not detrimental to the welfare, et cetera, of the neighborhood, and that it is compatible with the neighborhood. So that's a finding we have to essentially reaffirm regardless of what the traffic studies say. Okay, so if the neighbors can make a convincing case that it's not compatible, it's, the traffic study is important evidence, but it isn't conclusive on that point. I haven't heard enough argument today to address quite that point. I think we all understand what would bear on it, but it's a different mode of analysis. So you ask where I am. I have a hard time voting today. I want to approve the project. I want a little bit more, and it'll push me over the line.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Yes. Okay. After sitting here in this hearing for the past hours, normally I come to a hearing, I have some idea of what my conclusion will be, and I rely on the information that comes out during the hearing to help clarify that or simplify that. Although in this case, it seems that after sitting here since about 9 in the morning, the issues are less clear. And again, going back, Mr. Chatillo, normally his letters, I almost always find them instructive, even if, though I may not agree with their conclusions, although this time I find I have a greater level of agreement than I sometimes have. But I think what's very clear, this is a very complex issue. I've expressed some concerns during the meeting, but in order for me to feel really comfortable in executing a vote for this to move ahead, I think a number of those issues remain to be addressed. First, with respect to notice, I think there needs to be greater public notice to the residents of Hope Ranch, since this is a very important artery for their ingress and egress, particularly with respect to emergency conditions, medical conditions, et cetera. And if you look at the fact that county staff has said they notified 43 residents, but that's out of 300 residents, barely 15%. So I think the notification process needs to be much greater and encompass a far greater share of the community than those within a mere 300 feet of the school. I would like to see interesting comment, which we heard from Mr. Robinson. As I said earlier, I would like to see a more robust traffic management plan than merely a flagman, or I should say probably flag person, a flag waiver. But Mr. Robinson said that in fact that may not be an approvable step. So again, I think to increase my comfort in voting for it to move along, I'd like to see a more complete and robust sort of a graded response to increased traffic levels and potential problems. I think with the exception of Commissioner Bridley, I think we're all a bit fuzzy on the veracity and the exact nature of the traffic studies and the ADTs, and because I've lived near a number of schools. I live near a high school now. I'm on a main artery for ingress and egress. I'm sure when that was proposed, they showed the average daily traffic would be no problem, but we don't see the discomfort and the problems from average. We see from what happens at peak. You know, we got a half hour or more in the morning where it's a major problem, another half hour in the afternoon where it's a problem, and the peak, I think, is what most neighbors see as the aggravating problem that we've heard talk about here. So I think we need greater exploration on that. I think overall, and I do appreciate, I read, like, I think, a lot of the public comment. I do appreciate the comment in Appellant's letter, Ms. Pullen's letter, that as residents of Hope Ranch, we bargain for the same conditions that existed at time of purchase. Don't we all, whether we're in Hope Ranch or not? But I think part of the real world is those conditions are certainly not always going to exist. So I see our role in helping to accommodate that change and make sure it's well managed and responsible and minimizes those inevitable environmental changes to our homes and our ability for that enjoyment. So what I'm saying, just wrap it all up, I don't feel that I would be comfortable in voting to approve the amendment. I think it does require a more robust process, and I would myself be more in favor of taking the third step and moving toward a revision rather than an amendment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney, do you have any thoughts?
Do I have any thoughts?
Well,
my goal for the rest of today is minimal. I've listened to two of my colleagues, and really much of where I am agrees with the points that this project is really not ready to be finalized. It wouldn't be in any event. First of all, since there are only 4 of us voting, it's going to require 3 of us to take one position or the other, or else the matter is deemed denied. Secondly, even if it's granted, the Board of Supervisors has the final say should the aggrieved party appeal to the board. And there's always the possibility way down the line of spending a great deal of time and money in Superior Court and not being particularly better off than the parties are today. So with all that ambiguity in the background, I will credit the work done by the attorneys and the experts that they presented today, and I could find a path to approve it. And if my fellow commissioner is inclined to do so and votes in favor, I will join her out of respect for the 2nd District. But all of this still offers opportunity for making some of the obvious changes to make the pill easier to swallow for the people who live in and around Hope Ranch.
Okay. Well, thank you for everyone's feedback. I probably have a different perspective on this. And let me just start with the traffic analysis has been vetted, and we've heard from our staff, our planning staff, our transportation staff, that the analysis conducted by ATE is reliable. I don't really think it's the Planning Commission's job to get into the minutia of what the trip generation rate is, because it's questioned by an appellant. Again, we've had 3 experts out of 4 in this room tell us that the VMT and the ADT analysis is fine. It doesn't create a CEQA threshold. It doesn't rise to the level of having a VMT analysis conducted. So I am not swayed by the traffic impact argument that we heard today. I am hearing very clearly from the community that they're frustrated because they may not be able to get out of their driveway on Las Palmas or a couple other areas because of the crush of school traffic. And like Mr. Robertson said, like Mr. Schell said, anybody who lives anywhere near a school, that is part of our community fabric. And I think that Laguna Blanca is a lovely part of the fabric in Hope Ranch. I live near Monroe School, and I had kids that go to Santa Barbara High and Santa Barbara Junior High, and it's always crazy for 25 minutes between drop-off and pickup. It just is. So as much as I understand the concern about traffic, I would suggest that anybody come over to Cliff Drive and try to drop off kids or get out of the driveway. I have to sit on my street to get onto Cliff Drive probably 45 to 55 seconds. So it's just what happens with a school, and a school is part of the community. The third thing I wanted to say is this is a very higher level perspective. We just approved a housing element. This Planning Commission spent a lot of time doing that. A lot of units are going to end up right in that 2nd District, like 3,800 units, which is probably 6,500 children. And I am certain that the Santa Barbara School District did not have a chance to put pencil to paper to figure out where desks are going to be for all of those people. So everybody in Hope Ranch, everybody in Goleta, everybody in, the foothills is going to feel the impact of that housing coming down the pike, whether we like it or not. I certainly did not like having to vote for that, but we had to. The state made us do it. So there's a new future in front of us in terms of having more people in the town and more people and more need for schools. And it's not coming quickly from the public agencies. So I don't see this as a problem having Laguna Blanca provide some of that. If that means it's a little inconvenient for folks in Hope Ranch, guess what? At least they're not living in Goleta, where they're going to be looking at Hollister that will be gridlocked. So as much as I understand the anxiety about it, I think that the Laguna Blanca School has been an exceptional neighbor. They offered to do the flagging thing as an offer to try to help. I'm willing to let them look for an encroachment permit to have that implemented. They are working on an evacuation plan, though it's not, again, these are not thresholds that rest with the project in order to approve it and be consistent with our ordinance or our policies. So I would have preferred to move this along with a request of the applicant to evaluate the evacuation plan and to continue working with Public Works on the flagging. But it sounds like I don't have the votes. So I will look for someone else to make the motion. And what do you want to do today?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, we may need to take a break just so we can help navigate the commission on a motion.
Okay.
This project is a little bit more nuanced or different than typical appeals that come before you. Looking at the findings are, one, that the findings that were made when the project was originally approved can still be made. And then number two, that the environmental impacts related to the development are essentially the same as those identified during the previously approved conditional use permit. Those are the two findings. So it isn't before the commission to direct the type of permit, it's before the commission on, can you make these findings? So what is before the commission then is what findings or what aspect of this amendment can those previous findings no longer be made under? And then the action would be, you could either deny the amendment because you can't make the findings for the amendment, or the environmental impacts are different than what was originally studied under the prior CUP. So that's kind of the narrow focus as far as the commission goes today, as far as your findings. So if the commission wants to go and say, well, we need more studies or we need more environmental review, well, then that means you can't make that second finding for the amendment. So that's kind of the box that we're playing in, is according to the ordinance.
Well, okay, let's all turn to attachment A, the findings, because they're not the normal conditional use permit findings. They're actually a truncated version because I thought that was what we're doing as an amendment. So it's why I asked, our baseline was what was approved before in the CUP, and that's done. Now we're actually just looking at the amendment findings, and this amendment set of findings does not have the one that I know Commissioner Park asked about verbatim. They're not the same CUP findings, they're amendment findings, right? But help me out here, I'm confused.
May I speak?
Yeah.
It refers right back to it. It's the same findings. And those findings, I adverted to it. It's 3.5 in the original findings, which is our 2.1.5 we see today, which is and that's one of the findings. It's only one of them. There are others. But that's a key one on CUPs, on detriment to the welfare and compatibility. So it's absolutely part of what we have to find.
Where is 3.5 in our attachment A?
It's not in attachment A. It's in the original CUP findings, which, I'd like to point you to, but I've got this giant binder.
I know where they are.
But it's 3.5, and it goes over to that.
Right, I understand.
But, before we get to that, I wanted to buttress a point you just made that I thought was a really important one, but just didn't get a chance to do it.
Okay.
So do it now. I'll take Richard. Aside from the additional 3,500, 4,000 homes, whatever it's going to be.
The size of the city is solving.
Yeah, I think you're just looking at D2. I think you add
right.
D3.
D3 is
okay.
there, yeah.
We've also got in the city of Santa Barbara a project that's probably as likely or more likely to be built than our housing element projects, and that's the Laguna Plaza thing. And it's, how many units is that? That's 600 something, 700? Okay, and it's right nearby. It's going to use those same intersections and so forth. So, and it cuts both ways. I mean, it increases the demand for a school like Laguna Blanca, but it also, as I think it was Dr. Paul wrote us, or maybe he referred to it today, that of course puts more pressure on that intersection at Lucinda and Modoc and Trip to the Moon and everything that's added in there, so complicated, for emergency services to get by back and forth. So it cuts both ways, but you're absolutely right. We're not just looking at the static, what does Hope Ranch look like today? We're looking at a brave new world that's going to come sooner than you think. But I think you're right. It comes down to the findings. I can't make those findings today, but I don't actually want to deny the project today, saying that I can't make those findings. I like to see it worked on a little bit. So that's a third option, is say, come back, give us an opportunity where we can really study this stuff that I need to do in order to say whether Mr. Wilbrand or Mr. Chatillo's right. And I hope someone can come up with a more robust, did you call it a management plan? I guess that's what I'd call it, whatever, that will ease our concerns about potential impact in Hope Ranch and allow us to make those findings that are right there in front of us. I'm close.
Thank you,
not
thank
there.
you, thank you. I know we were going to do a break, but there was one thing that I forgot in my wrap-up stuff, and that is the emergency evacuation stuff. There was another point of conversation I had with staff in that we don't have a letter from the county fire department, and that is significant because the county fire department, they are our emergency services staff. They did not find anything in this application that warranted them to actually write a condition of approval for anything, whether it's, fire safety. They don't even need a fire protection certificate for this, for just the people enrollment. And that's significant to me. So as much as there's a lot of talk about emergency services, and, that always comes up because people have, a visceral reaction to it, but that is not supported by the evidence in terms of what staff has brought to us. So I don't know, and we've heard from the applicant that they have an evacuation plan that they're working on, and they're making progress on that, but I understand from staff, because it's not required by policy or by standard of the fire department or anybody else that we have at our disposal, it's not a condition of approval right now. So anyway, I just want to say that on the record, and maybe what we do is take a break to talk about, what are we talking about?
Madam Chair, thanks. I think like a 5-minute reset would be good. And I think Commissioner Park said it probably better than I can. The burden today is that you're able to make the same findings that were made on the previously approved CUP. So that's the burden that you have to make, and in order to approve it under an amendment. If you can't make those findings, then that's the discussion we'll have at break is, do you direct staff to come back and with proposed findings for denying the amendment? So it may not necessarily mean that you're denying the project, it's just you can't make the findings to approve it as an amendment because you can't make the original findings. And that's what the commission would need to direct or identify to staff is I can't make the findings, Commissioner Park said. And this is the information I would direct staff to get in order to help make that finding.
Okay.
So if we can take a quick 5-minute break, if that's,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Sorry. All righty. Let's reconvene. And we were reconvening so that Secretary Wilson could advise us on our next options, correct?
Madam Chair, I will try.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to come up with some options because I know everybody's excited to do cannabis hearings. Just making that clear. Option one, continue and provide direction to staff for more information that the Planning Commission feels they need in order to make the amendment findings. It's option one. Option two is you can continue it and direct staff to come back with findings for denial on the amendment findings only, that the Planning Commission cannot make the amendment findings because there's a finding from the original prior thing that is no longer applicable. So, or if there's concerns with the project, the Planning Commission could just direct staff to come back with findings for denial for the project itself. So the nuance is that the Planning Commission could say we can't make these amendment findings because the prior findings are no longer applicable, so we can't make those findings.
Okay, Commissioner Park?
I appreciate you going through those alternatives, and I think that's strictly logical. It's just that I don't see that they're mutually exclusive. And I'm going to repeat myself. I'm ready to approve this project, but I want to see something more robust than this vague traffic flagging if there's a problem. And so I cannot make those findings today. We couldn't vote today because you'd have to bring back findings for denial, okay? But I fully expect that somebody ought to be able to figure out how to come up with that more robust management proposals, and I voiced some of them. And so by the time we actually reconvene and you have those findings for denial, that we'll have an alternative to actually approve the findings based on a slightly altered project description or whatever way it's done. So that's where I am. So that kind of falls in asking staff to motivate people or come up with ideas on how to make this meet what at least 3 commissioners here were asking for, and prepare those findings for denial, and we'll see where we get. Hope that's clear.
Can I, let me interject something. I think what I understood from staff is that, they've tried most of what they can think of because there's not an environmental impact we're addressing. It's a neighborhood compatibility issue that I think everyone's identifying. So we can continue. I think that was Secretary Wilson's option one, is continue it for additional good neighbor measures by the applicant to come back and continue on with the amendment, right? That was option one. Or continue it for denial of the amendment because we can't make those findings, or continue it for the project denial, right? That's our 3 options. So option one is kind of what you just described, right?
Well, let me explain something. And you forgive me, Mr. Wilbrand, I'm going to put on your hat for a moment, okay? If I'm the applicant and I say, okay, they're going to take a little bit of time to see if we can come up with something better to this traffic flagging, I'm going to let that go once. But I don't want that hearing to occur and nothing really comes to a conclusion. And then they say, oh, we got to continue it again to prepare findings for denial based on we can't make the findings. Okay? So I think the applicant should want to have, if this gets continued, findings for denial ready right there if we can't come to a reasonable conclusion so that they can appeal it to the board. But, you know, you've got to make your own decision there.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that could be a hybrid option. Direct staff to come back with a revised project description and additional information. I haven't heard from the other commissioners, but I've heard from Commissioner Park about potentially amending it to include adaptive management plan for this traffic management aspect. So that could be a hybrid option, which is direct staff to come back with that information plus other information the commissioners need, and also come back with findings to deny the amendment. Not third option, taking third option off the table, because it sounds like you could approve the project, but if you can't make the amendment findings, we could just come back with specific findings to say you can't make the amendment findings.
Okay.
And that could be an option, and I will throw out a date, December 4th, and we will see if applicant and appellant are available on those dates. But that would be the date, I would say, for December 4th.
Okay. Well, I would support that. I would support that. So let's wait for the date, and then I happy to make that motion. Are we still waiting on date confirmation?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm putting forward December 4th. Okay. If you want to call the applicant and appellant up to see if December 4th works, understanding that the potential motion would be to continue this item for December 4th to come back with findings for denial on the amendment findings. And if the applicant chooses...
But it was a hybrid. It was
yeah, if the applicant
denial.
chooses to amend their project description and provide additional information to help make the findings for amendment, that would be part of that action as well on December 4th.
Okay. Mr. Walbrandt?
I love hybrids. I think they are great. We will provide the additional information. We will work on a more robust traffic management plan. If there is a date earlier than that at all possible, again, we have cycles and seasons for when we sign people up for already for the 2025-26 school year, and we don't want to miss that season. So again, the earliest date available we would appreciate, and I will work on a robust plan, trying to figure out what it is that we're, what our triggers are.
Okay, thank you. And do we know from Mr. Chatillo, is that good with the appellant's date?
Madam Chair, the preference of the appellants would be to push this further out beyond December. We're cognizant of what the school is concerned has, but we have other litigation schedule and other professional obligations and things going on. So it's not our preferred date. We would not be able to tolerate anything earlier than that, but we would prefer it to be somewhat later.
Okay.
Into January. Thank you.
Okay, so the commission's heard from both the applicant and the appellant. Do we have any appetite for looking at a later date, or no? Okay.
So, yeah, Madam Chair, I think December 4th is wholly appropriate. There's an earlier date. We could just have this date on repeat, because based on the next item we're going to do, but there's dates in November. Staff is asking that if we're coming back with findings for denial, if there's a specific finding on the original application that finding is no longer applicable, that would be helpful for staff to know. And I think Commissioner Park already provided that, which is the neighborhood compatibility one. I think that's the one that we would look at as far as not being able to make the amendment findings.
Okay, so I think we're looking at continuing this to December 4th for a hybrid packet from staff being findings for denial, as well as a more robust traffic management plan that will be developed from the applicant and evaluated by staff. Oh, that's a motion. Can I make that as a motion?
Okay. Second. I heard a motion, so I'm seconding it.
Sounds like a motion to me. Okay, then can we, do we do a roll call on this, or? We should have a vote. Yes.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Chair Bridley.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say it's going to take a, yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll get through it. All right, I think we're reconvening, Planning Commission meeting of September 25th, 2024, and we're picking up with our next agenda item, which is item number 2, the 2024 Cannabis Ordinance Amendments. Mr. Villalobos, do you want to read that into the record?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Following is a hearing on the request of the County of Santa Barbara Planning and Development Department for the County Planning Commission to consider an ordinance case number 24 ORD 12 and to determine that the ordinance case number 24 ORD 12 is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to section 15265 of the state guidelines for the implementation of CEQA and pursuant to section 15162A after considering the PEAR that the Board of Supervisors certified on February 6, 2018. No subsequent environmental impact report or negative declaration shall be required.
Okay, I think what we're going to do, because we had a long agenda item the first time, is we're going to do our staff presentation and then take public and then intend to continue the item so that we have better ability and width to accept all the public comment that we know is coming, and therefore our public comment today will just be on the motion to continue this. Okay. And Jeff can say it properly. The plan is to continue the
Okay.
item after
Sorry.
staff presentation, yeah.
So, yeah, sorry, Madam Chair, thank you. I do want to introduce staff, but before we get to that, for agenda management purposes, and we did get a number of public comments in regards to having a hearing on this cannabis ordinance. So for agenda management purposes and for what the information provided today, the recommendation is have staff presentation and then continue this item. There's 2 days, November 6th and or November 13th. And then on November 13th, we'd come back, or the 6th, we'd come back for the public comment on the ordinance amendments, and that's when we'd have the opportunity to hear from the public. And that gives the public another almost month or so to look at. They'll have the information today, they'll be able to review it in a month and come back and be able to provide public comment on the ordinance amendment. And then looking further down on the agenda, we could probably do the number 3 and then probably have to continue number 4.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is kind of kismet that we're looking at continuing this matter because we were fully prepared to hear the ordinance amendment today, but circumstances on our first item 1 have led us to this late hour, so we have to pick and choose. And my feeling is we had a very significant number of people, many in the first district, who felt they could use more time to study and develop opinions on the amendments. Not only members of the cannabis growers, but neighbors of the cannabis growers themselves. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 saying, we need more time. It was an outpouring. And so we're able to, if my fellow commissioners agree, we're able to meet that request, be fully prepared ourselves, and receive all the public comment that we possibly can on the continued date. We also talked about having the project introduced today by staff, which would add more information for the public, and then finally having the opportunity for brief comment on the continuance motion that I would propose to make at the end of that discussion.
Okay. All right, then let's proceed with staff's presentation.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And then the date would be November 6th. The reason being is we have key team members that are going to be out of the office on November 13th. So we would ask for the November 6th to be the date for the continuance. And then just to, this project is a little bit I don't know if unorthodox is the word. It's a mashup of multiple teams and divisions coming to the Planning Commission today. So we have Development Review, Gwen Baylor, our supervising planner, has been working on it, as well as we have our compliance staff. Petra Leva is here, and in the rear of the room, and they were hoping I wouldn't embarrass them, but we have recently hired 2 new individuals that are a part of our cannabis compliance team, and that's Danilyn Razo and Monique Diaz. So they're our cannabis compliance team. And then we also have Miss Megan Klein with Geosyntec, our consultants, and Mr. Kevin Thompson that's here as well. No? Coffin, sorry. he looked at me like, who are you talking about? So that's our team, and as well, we don't want to forget, we have Karina Venegas, who is with Long Range Planning. She's attending via Zoom. So this has really been a department-wide effort to bring this item before you. It's touched almost every aspect of our department. So I wanted to introduce the team before you today, just so you had an understanding of the scope of what has been going on.
Awesome.
Now, Mr. Briggs isn't here as Energy Division, is he?
He's compliance.
Just
right?
compliance.
He's here as compliance.
And then I hope I didn't forget Petra Leva and Aaron. Oh, I forgot everybody. I don't know why I do this, but Petra Leva, who's our cannabis compliance supervisor, she's going to be over our code enforcement team, and Aaron Briggs, who was recently promoted to the division manager for energy, minerals, and compliance. Okay. So to make the mashup even greater, and then we can't forget county council as well. So I guess I'll just keep introducing people.
But our incredible hearing support and our incredible admin. Oh my goodness.
So anyway, it took a big effort to bring this together, and so I just wanted to say thanks to staff for doing it, and then Ms. Baylor is going to be doing the presentation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. Today we're presenting amendments to the cannabis regulations in Article 2, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance. Planning and Development coordinated with the County Executive Office in April of this year to brief the board on odor abatement plan compliance, odor complaints, nasal ranger data, and the successes and challenges of odor abatement. The board directed P&D to amend the coastal zoning ordinance to develop a new objective thresholds and standards to be used to verify compliance, determine where odor measurements should be taken and what tools should be used to measure cannabis odor, require annual inspections after initial quarterly inspections are complete, require installation of runtime equipment for odor control technology, and adopt a ministerial permit path for improvements to odor control systems. The board also directed P&D to study power supply in the Carpinteria area and options for odor control for outdoor grows in the inland area. Currently, the cannabis regulations require that an OAP must prevent odors from being experienced within residential zones and utilize best available control technology to mitigate odor. The existing regulations also set forth criteria for how the department will take action if verified complaints are received. The current regulations create challenges for staff to identify, verify, and enforce odor concerns due to a variety of factors, including vague or incomplete information in complaints and issues identifying the exact odor emission source. Before presenting the amendments, here's a brief background of cannabis activities in the coastal zone. All 27 approved cannabis sites require an OAP, and these sites consist of mature and nursery cultivation, manufacturing, and processing. These OAPs include vapor phase or misting technologies, carbon filtration and scrubbers, and photocatalytic oxidation. In November 2022, the board authorized a contract between the county and Geosyntec consultants to provide cannabis odor monitoring services for 3 years. P&D retained Geosyntec to conduct OAP inspections, which are separate from and in addition to inspections for the business license and permit compliance. All currently active cannabis operations with OAPs have been subject to at least one OAP inspection. During each inspection, Geosyntec documents the presence of odor both on and off-site. All of the sites inspected were operating odor control systems, and in most cases, the operations are consistent with the OAPs. In other cases, sites have been inconsistent with the OAP due to lacking components of the required odor control equipment or deviations to monitoring or maintenance actions. In these instances, P&D follows up with the operator to ensure compliance by the next inspection. In addition to inspections, Geosyntec has evaluated existing regulations, identified challenges related to verifying and enforcing cannabis odor nuisance complaints, and conducted odor studies in order to develop an appropriate threshold value for measuring odors associated with cannabis operations. P&D received over 1,200 complaints in 2021, roughly 1,000 in 2022, and about 400 in 2023. The decrease may be due to operators installing new or modified odor technology, or members of the public may have stopped submitting complaints. Complaints can be submitted at the Cannabis Complaint website, by phone or email to compliance staff. This map shows cannabis odor complaint hotspots for 2023. Complaints about cannabis odor can also be submitted directly to cannabis operators. Staff is frequently unable to verify complaints due to challenges related to identifying the odor source and an array of factors including weather, topography, and limited descriptions in the complaint. In response to the board's direction, P&D retained Geosyntec to conduct an odor study to develop an appropriate threshold for measuring cannabis odor. Geosyntec collected outdoor ambient air data, odor data, in the Carpinteria area over 2 4-day periods. The first was in May when the weather was foggy and cool, around 64 degrees, and the second was in August, which was sunny and warm, around 76 degrees. The intent of these 2 periods was to understand various meteorological factors that may influence the presence of nuisance odors. Locations of data collection were selected based on proximity to known odor complaint hotspots from the right-of-way, as well as on-site at cannabis operations, both inside the facility and immediately outdoors. For the cannabis odor study, Geosyntec utilized a nasal ranger, photoionization detector, also PID, and Kestrel weather meter to measure odor, ambient air quality, and collect weather data. The nasal ranger is widely used to measure nuisance odor. Evaluation determined the nasal ranger was a more suitable tool than PID to support field detection and measurement of cannabis odors. The nasal ranger is a field olfactometer that uses dilution to threshold, D/T, values to measure odor. D/T measures odor units, as shown in the table on this slide, with a 0 measurement for no odor, 4 for faint transient odor, 7 for noticeable mild to sustained odor, 15 for strong moderate sustained odor, and 60 for exceptionally strong odor. Geosyntec evaluated other odor nuisance thresholds adopted by land use authorities and air quality agencies. For composting, biosolids, and sludge, which are known for nuisance odors, D/T thresholds are paired with a time component to determine potential exceedances and subsequent enforcement actions. Examples of D/T thresholds with the time component for several states and jurisdictions are shown in this table. While the thresholds shown are not for cannabis odor specifically, our research found that the City of Denver's cannabis odor nuisance threshold is 7 D/T. This is a map showing operational cannabis facilities in the Carpinteria area in terms of whether carbon filter, scrubber, or photocatalytic oxidation technology is present, not present, or is planned. Sites with this existing technology are shown as purple. Sites that are required to install or have indicated that they are planning to install this technology are shown in green or blue, depending on whether this technology is already installed. And sites that do not currently have this technology installed, nor are planning to install it, are shown in red. This is a map showing where Geosyntec's cannabis odor data collection occurred. The round colored dots show the locations where cannabis odor data was collected. The size and color of the dot relates to the intensity of the odor measurement. Small green dots indicate little to no odor. Lime dots indicate some odor. Yellow, orange, and red dots indicate noticeable to very strong odors. As shown, the majority of readings collected at the property lines were 0, 1, or 2, with some measurements of 4 and 7. This bar graph shows the number of odor data collection points for each D/T measurement and whether the data was collected inside a cannabis structure or outside. You'll notice that the majority of the measurements were 0 or 1, indicating no odor, higher measurements were found to occur inside the facilities, as would be expected. The May and August data includes records of 335 individual outdoor ambient odor measurements, which are summarized in this table. Outdoor observations indicated that 95% of the measurements were classified as no odor, which is 0 d/t, faint or transient odor, which is 2 d/t, or mild to transient odor, which is 4 d/t. There were 14 individual measurements observed as mild to sustained odor, which is 7 d/t, and one single measurement observed as moderate sustained odor, which is 15 d/t. Indoor cannabis odor data was collected from facilities that provided access during the odor study, yielding the highest d/t measurements recorded, which were 60 d/t and 30 d/t. These measurements were noted indoors where cannabis processing and highly odorous bucking activities were occurring. Directly outside of those buildings and at the property line, d/t measurements dropped to between 0 d/t and 2 d/t. These data indicate that facilities operating in compliance with their approved OAP are capable of mitigating odors. Based on the collected odor data and review of d/t nuisance thresholds for other land uses and industries, staff recommends adoption of 7 d/t for a sustained 3-minute period at the cannabis facility property line as the cannabis nuisance odor threshold. This threshold provides clarity for P&D, facility operators, and the public to enforce nuisances and prevent cannabis odors from being experienced in residential zones. Staff recommends the sustained 3-minute period to evaluate whether the d/t measurement is transient or may be considered an exceedance, and whether potential corrective or enforcement actions are warranted. Using d/t as the threshold for an exceedance essentially requires that facilities mitigate odors to 4 d/t or below. Achieving 7 d/t for 3 minutes results in noncompliance. Some of the carbon filtration and photocatalytic oxidation technology requires a higher volt service. As directed by the board, staff is studying what level of power supply is available from SCE to each cannabis facility and what upgrades would be required from SCE and cannabis operators to deliver and distribute 480-volt service. P&D is also working with Geosyntec to study possible measures for outdoor grows in the inland area. These studies are ongoing and are anticipated to be completed in the coming months. The purpose of these ordinance amendments are to clarify existing standards by providing an objective threshold that is measurable and enforceable, incorporating a tiered response for corrective actions. The proposed amendments will assist P&D to better identify, evaluate, and enforce cannabis-related nuisance odors in the coastal zone to ensure odors are not experienced in residential zones. This table includes an overview of the proposed changes, including the objective threshold, corrective actions, compliance monitoring, minor changes to CDPs, and the applicability of the amendments. These changes will be discussed in the next slides. In order to clarify the existing standards for OAPs, the ordinance includes a cannabis odor threshold of 7 d/t measured at the property line of a commercial cannabis facility for the duration of a consecutive 3-minute period. The operator shall implement corrective actions as determined by the department if a facility exceeds the cannabis odor threshold. The threshold will enable staff to objectively measure cannabis odors and adequately respond to and address complaints. With implementation of this threshold, it is anticipated that cannabis nuisance odor in residential areas and complaints will be reduced. 7 d/t is a commonly used nuisance odor threshold for a variety of industries and odors. The facility property line is an appropriate point for identifying odors and ensuring odors are not experienced in residential areas. And the sustained 3-minute period is sufficient to classify odor as a nuisance, consistent with the thresholds established for other nuisance odors. Once the department evaluates nuisance odor complaints, it may require corrective actions to be implemented in response to nuisance odors. If the following complaint-related thresholds are met, the department will require a series of corrective actions until compliance is achieved. One is that 3 complaints received from individuals within a 60-day period and the department determines cannabis odor measured at the property line exceeds the threshold. Or 2, complaints are received from 5 or more individuals in a 24-hour period and the department determines cannabis odor from the facility exceeds the threshold. These levels of complaints will trigger the tiered response and corrective actions. Corrective actions would be required in the following order until compliance can be demonstrated. First, the operator shall submit a written statement that verifies operational compliance with the approved OAP or actions taken to achieve operational compliance with the approved OAP. Second, the operator shall conduct diagnostic testing of the existing approved OAP equipment and submit a written statement describing the results of the testing and corrective actions taken to eliminate or reduce the cannabis-related nuisance odors. And third, the operator shall conduct a BACT assessment and develop a revised OAP to be recertified by a California registered engineer or certified industrial hygienist, subject to the department's review and approval. By applying this incremental corrective action approach to nuisance odors, the department will be able to ensure operators are compliant with their OAPs and odors are mitigated. The proposed changes to the OAP section will require OAP equipment to include runtime meters, which demonstrate when odor abatement equipment is operating. Require operators to submit runtime data, and clarify that OAPs are required to be certified by a California registered engineer or certified industrial hygienist. These changes will provide tools to allow P&D compliant staff to verify compliance with OAPs. Currently, the standard condition of approval requires quarterly inspections upon installation of odor control technology. P&D proposes to require annual OAP inspections, and operators shall provide compliance monitoring information annually. This change to the permit path will allow existing operations to revise their OAPs to include improved odor control systems as a non-appealable revision to the CDP without issuance of a new CDP. To reduce the high volume of nuisance complaints and impacts related to cannabis odor, staff recommends that the ordinance amendments become effective and applicable to all commercial cannabis facilities at the time of Coastal Commission certification. This will result in the ordinance amendments being applicable retrospectively and prospectively, as odor surveys completed by Geosyntec have demonstrated that many existing OAPs currently meet the 7 D/T threshold. Most operators already have or are working towards installing odor control systems that are sufficient to comply with the proposed ordinance amendments. The proposed Article 2 amendments are within the scope of the PEIR and will not alter the purpose or intent of the Article 2 cannabis regulations. The amendments affect portions of the county within the coastal zone and constitute an amendment to the county's local coastal program, and is therefore statutorily exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15265. Staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval and recommend that the board make the findings for approval and determine that the amendments are exempt from CEQA and the PEIR constitutes adequate environmental review, and adopt a resolution recommending that the board adopt this amended ordinance. P&D staff and Geosyntec are available for questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions from the commission? Commissioner Park?
Simple question. My first day in the Planning Commission was the cannabis ordinance, which we heard in one day, to everyone's eternal regret. But maybe some people don't share that. But in all the hearings I've attended, and I've never missed one, I've never heard the term photocatalytic oxidizer before. I think I included all the syllables. And I'd never seen the acronym in writing before the staff report of PCO. I'm imagining PCO is an acronym for photocatalytic oxidizer. And that says something for the planning world, that something can become an acronym after never being uttered in public before. But there we are. And I'm assuming a photocatalytic oxidizer is another name for regenerative scrubbers. So they're really the kind of carbon scrubber that people have been talking about for years anyway. And of course, it more properly recognizes that not all carbon scrubbers are regenerative scrubbers, but it's not really a whole new host of technology that we haven't been considering. Am I right? Look like you're all nodding.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, thank you for your question. And our consultant is here to fill in any gaps that I might leave. But I wanted to just clarify that regenerative carbon scrubber is kind of a colloquial term that we've all been using and has been used by the public and industry. And you're right, it has referred to photocatalytic oxidation, PCO, and that's technology that is found in Infinity, for instance. So you might be familiar with the Infinity systems.
Yeah, and I think a lot of folks here are familiar with REI catalogs and things where you see those UV light pens and you stick it in your thermos and it gets rid of the bugs. And that's kind of the same general idea. You don't have to agree with that one, but I'm saying it. There you go. Thank you.
How about Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Baylor. Very concise. I looked at the previews, and it wasn't so much that I had questions, but that we have a lot left to do, particularly in enforcement. And hopefully, as we go through this process, we will be able to provide staff with guidance on those issues. But it certainly feels good to have it underway and to show how much careful thinking's been done already.
Okay, I actually had a couple questions, and that had to do with on your slide 7. You talked about Denver has a DOT standard. Is the Denver environment mostly indoor cannabis grows, or do they have outdoor? It's almost all indoors, right? I mean, climatically. Okay. So, and for 7, we're actually, but most of our things in Carpinteria are also indoors, right? So do we know if the indoor environment in Denver is as air sealed or non-air sealed as it is in Carpinteria?
Madam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Madam Commissioner, that's a great question. Since we haven't inspected or visited those Denver facilities, it's hard for me to say, but I do understand that they are indoor grow, so I can't answer that definitively.
Okay.
But I think they're similar to carp.
Okay. Okay, and then the other question I had was on, no, that was it. Oh, actually, no, it was. Page 13, your cannabis odor data collection. Slide 13, rather. Is that 13? Sorry, the page numbers didn't come up on some of these. It's entitled Carbon Filter Scrubber Installation and then Cannabis Odor Data Collection. Yeah, there we go. Yes. Can you curate that for me a little bit more? No scrubbers currently installed, no planned installed.
Madam Commissioner, so the colors at the bottom there are meant to indicate that, I'll start at the the bottom, the purple square, that there are currently carbon scrubbers, or what terminology is being used to describe carbon scrubbers that may be inclusive of the PCO technology or the granular activated carbon, typical carbon scrubbers. So the purple indicates, yes, they are currently there and they plan to install more.
Oh.
And then the square above that, the green says, yes, they are currently installed, and no, they do not plan to install more. And then the blue square indicates there are no scrubbers currently, but they do have a plan to install them. And the red square indicates there are no scrubbers currently present, nor do they plan to install them.
Interesting. So I would have to match this map up to whatever their individual OAP says in terms of what they're supposed to do, because we had OAPs getting out of here without carbon scrubbers for a number of months or years. Okay, so those situations might be in the no scrubbers installed and no plan to install because they don't have to it in their OAP, right?
Correct. That would be the red square.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so. Right. I think that as much we appreciate everyone who's been here all day long waiting for this item, and I hope that this information was vibrant. But what we're going to do is actually select the continuation hearing date as November 6th, right? Right? I think it's November 6th. And so now we will take public comment on just that date, not the substance of this, because we were going to get into the substance at the next date, doing the best we can. So I have a whole bunch of people that had a request to speak, but I think this was on the actual ordinance substance. Does anybody in the audience want to talk about just the date for the continuance? Can you raise your hand? Yeah, and we're moving quickly. It's a 1-minute period. Okay, seeing none, then I'm not going to select those, and there is someone online. Let's hear from those folks.
So no hands up online, but if you'd like to speak on the continuance, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. No hands.
Okay. Okay. Well, no public comment. We'll close the public hearing portion of the hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberations or a motion to continue to November 6th.
Madam Chair, as indicated, I would like to make the motion to continue this matter. I feel like where we are is we just got inside the ballpark, but we haven't had a chance to play the game. And so I'm counting on those that have been so attentive to the ordinance in the past and learning about the changes and the implementation will be ready to go either on or before the 4th of November. We can be ready, prepared, but we need the public's input to do a good job, as well as staff. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other comments from the rest of the commission? I'm not seeing any. Okay, then let's go for a motion and, well, a vote.
How about a second?
Oh,
That was,
yeah, oh, yeah, thank you.
Which I just did.
I'm tired. Yes.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
and Chair Bradley.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay.
Can we take another short
Yes.
break?
So, Madam Chair, just for the audience, I don't know if everybody's here for SB 35, but I think just setting expectations before we take a quick break is that we're going to try to do the SB 35 ordinance amendments, and then I think looking at another date for the lighting and sign ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lots to unpack in that one. Okay. Let's go. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, we are reconvening our Planning Commission meeting of September 25th, 25th, and coming to our item number 3 on the agenda. Thank you. Welcoming, it's a legislative item, so no Brown Act or disclosures, and then we go straight to staff.
So before we do that,
Oh, before we do that, we have David read it into the record and admit again that Ms. Briley is kind of tired.
thank you. The following is a hearing on the request of the County Santa Barbara Planning and Development Department for the County Planning Commission to consider recommending that the Board of Supervisors adopt ordinance case number 24 ORD 10 and determine that the ordinance amendment is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to sections 15061B3 and 15265 of the state guidelines for the implementation of CEQA.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Bradley and Commissioners. My name is Lila Spring, and I'm here from Long Range Planning to present to you the SB 35 Coastal Zone Amendments, which we now have up on the screen. Our presentation today will cover the project background, the new ordinance section, policy and ordinance consistency, compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, the next steps in this planning process, and staff recommendations. So first, to provide some background on why we are proposing this amendment, in recent years, the state legislature has passed a number of new state housing laws with the goal of increasing the supply of housing, particularly affordable housing. SB 35 is one of these laws and requires that qualifying housing development projects be reviewed under streamlined provisions. Amendments implementing SB 35 were adopted into the county's Land Use and Development Code, or LUDC, in January of 2023, and into the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, or MLUDC, in early 2024. A subsequent bill, SB 423, implements SB 35 in the coastal zone effective January 1st, 2025. So today we are here with amendments to the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, or CZO, to implement SB 35 in the coastal zone. This new ordinance section, called Qualifying Housing Streamlined Review, it applies if the county is making insufficient progress towards meeting housing goals. You may have heard of these housing goals referred to in previous presentations as the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. Streamline review only applies in certain areas of the coastal zone, excluding areas within 300 feet of beach, mean high tide line, or bluff, and between the sea and the first public road. To qualify for streamline review, projects must be multi-unit or mixed use and meet affordability requirements. And since 2018, this requirement has been for 50% affordable units. Qualifying projects are statutorily exempt from CEQA, require ministerial review, which in this case would be a coastal development permit, or CDP, and only objective zoning and design standards apply. Projects also require consultation with Native American tribes. Since SB 35 went into effect in 2018, the county has only processed a couple SB 35 projects and does not anticipate seeing many in the coastal zone given the limitations on location and the eligibility requirements. The proposed ordinance amendment is consistent with the county's existing policies and ordinances. It implements state law. It allows development consistent with existing land use designations. Qualifying projects must be consistent with all applicable policies and provisions of the Local Coastal Program, or LCP, and the amendment implements programs of the recently adopted housing element. Adoption of this ordinance amendment is exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, under section 15061B3 for having no possibility of significant effect, and section 15265, which exempts local agency activities involving the preparation and adoption of a local coastal program. On September 18th, 2024, so last week, staff brought this item to the Montecito Planning Commission. That commission passed a resolution with a 4-0 vote recommending that the County Planning Commission recommend that the board adopt the ordinance amendment. The next step in the planning process is to bring this ordinance amendment to the Board of Supervisors in December of this year. Staff recommends that this commission make the required findings for approval, determine that the ordinance amendment is exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and adopt the resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors adopt this ordinance amendment. Case number 24 ORD 10. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? I actually do. On the 423, on your page 2 of the staff report, that essentially extends SB 35, right? And am I reading this right, all the way to 2036?
Correct.
That's the sole function of 423 is to extend 35.
Chair Bradley, it does a couple of things. One is that it extends the timeline, and that it also extends the geographic extent. So it extends it into the coast or portions of the coastal zone as well. And there were a few other items that don't have at the tip of my tongue that it implemented. It may have been part of the meeting requirement that was added. Yeah, the other components we had addressed in our previous ordinance amendments. So the only one that needs to be addressed still is the coastal zoning ordinance amendment piece.
That's a little scary to me. I mean, 2036, the state took away so much discretion, and now we're going to be on objective design standards until I die. So, whatever. Why am I not surprised? Anyway, other questions? Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I mean, this is really basic. Does this go to Coastal Commission staff and Coastal Commission for approval, or has that already happened, or one doesn't know, or what happens?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, yes, after board adoption, this would require certification by the Coastal Commission before it does go into effect.
Is that why we're going all the way to 2036, because it takes that long?
Quite possibly.
It's a joke. Okay.
Yeah, quite possibly. No, just kidding. But based on some initial conversations with Coastal Commission staff, it could take some time to work through some issues before it actually goes into effect. I will say, however, that the law is clear, which is that SB 35 will be in effect in the coastal zone starting January 1 with or without a compliant coastal zoning ordinance. So if we get a project that meets all the criteria and eligibility for SB 35, even if we have not updated our code, we would still be required to process it in compliance with SB 35. So we'll be making that argument and pitch to the Coastal Commission and see if that helps expedite the process. But in principle, really the purpose of this amendment is just to make sure our code is in compliance with state law from a procedural standpoint, so that it's clear what the process is, both for applicants and planning staff.
I can imagine that the Coastal Commission is so overwhelmed because this is all agencies in the coast, right? Can you imagine? And I doubt if they got any more budget for more planners, but I mean, Godspeed to you getting it through there within 2 years. It's just dribble wheel. So, okay. Well, any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Reed?
I'm kind of fascinated, since this is in the coastal zone. It says, this is for multi-unit or mixed-use projects with 50% affordable in the coastal zone. Those will be popular if they get approved. Just one more question with respect to the environmental review. It says exempt per section 15061, and they decree no possibility of significant effect. That's just a blanket exemption without any examination. They just get a free pass on that.
Commissioner Reed, through the chair. So the state law establishes that these projects would be statutorily exempt from CEQA because they're only subject to the streamlined ministerial review. So the action you're taking today and that the board will be taking with adoption of this amendment, it's not approving any project, so we're merely just establishing procedures. So you can find with certainty that your action today would not have a significant environmental effect, and then any future projects would be subject to whatever CEQA requirements are in place, which, as we've stated, they'd be exempt from CEQA. So that's kind of a bit of a circular argument, but that's where we're at.
Well, I'm not disputing that. I mean, it would be nice if they could hand a few more of those out for different things. I'm done.
I had one more question. You said that there are very few of these SB 35 cases, like less than a half dozen or something. Is that just because of the 50% affordable tag, or is that your speculation?
Commissioner Bradley, or Chair Bradley, Commissioners. Yeah, that would probably be the reason for why we haven't seen more of these is the 50% affordability requirement. Because you can, most projects of this type would not be the for-profit development projects. So I think the ones we've seen are generally funded either through, so there was the Quayside H, you might be familiar with, up in Orchid.
Right.
There's Harry's House at the Golden Inn, and Patterson Point, which is one off of Patterson, that small lot right off the freeway on Patterson.
Oh, on the right side of the
and that's that one is, I believe, 100% affordable.
And I think it's Housing Authority, right?
Yeah, and they're doing, and with tax credits. So most of these projects would be funded like through a combination of tax credits or things of that nature. So you're not going to see investors pursuing these types of projects, most likely.
Okay. Commissioner Park.
I wanted to follow up on something that Mr. Tuttle just referred to, and you specifically referred to as an example, Quayside H. And I think it's there's a lesson in that one. It started off as SB 35 and was unpopular with a lot of people up there, and it morphed into, through the good efforts of Supervisor Nelson, a development plan. And it was one of the first ones the county's done in a long time. And it made for a much better project. Really good staff work, and sailed through here, and the board really appreciated it. So it's just so SB 35 may not be that popular, but things kind of get going with it sometimes, and you come up with something that is a rose after all.
Okay, so you are looking for us to follow the recommendations on the screen, correct? Is there anybody on the commission that wants to make that motion? What? Oh, public comment, that's right. It was very busy earlier. Do we have anyone online?
We have one person left online. It's Ms. Emerson. Ms. Emerson, if you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand. No hand.
Okay, but thank her for being here. Okay, so close the public comment period, or close the public hearing, and then bring it back to the commission for, I don't think we have questions, so I'm just looking for a motion. Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I will make the motion. I will move we make the required findings for approval. We determine that 24 ORD 10 is exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and that we adopt a resolution recommending that the board adopt case number 240 RD 10.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And do we want to do a roll call? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great. I think that is the end of our agenda because we don't have to take action.
Continue. Why don't I just read it into the record and
Right. Okay.
Especially since we have a speaker waiting.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
All right, the following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission consider the following cases: 24 GPA 1 and 2, as well as 24 ORD 1 and 3, as well as changes to the Old Town Orchid Design Guidelines and the Los Alamos Bell Street Design Guidelines for consistency with the ordinance amendments described above.
Thank you. Are there, so we have one member of the public, so we want to go straight to staff presentation? Is that?
So, Madam Chair, I think we're going to just take a
I'm
continuance.
really, it's really late in the day.
Yeah, so I
It's
think-
been a tough day.
I think we're just looking for a continuance.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. So, and do we have the date figured out on this one?
Well, we have some options for
Okay.
your commission to consider. One option would be including it on the November 6th hearing, which with cannabis, along with, I think, one or two shorter items. You might decide you're not up for that because it could be a long day. But that would be November 6th. Alternatively, November 13th would be available as well. I believe October 30th, you had, sounds like Commissioner Cooney, you're absent on October 30th. So presumably you'd want to hear this item, so. But those were the dates we were looking at.
And Madam Chair and Commissioners, Mr. Tuttle didn't say this, but he's also asking for the commission, if you go with November 13th, I know this is a arm wrestling match, but the location is Santa Maria. But if this would be the only item so far on that hearing date, so I think Alex would prefer to have it here in Santa Barbara. I know those of us in Santa Maria area would like it to be up there, but staff is coming from Los Angeles, so splitting the difference maybe in Santa Barbara.
Oh, okay. And November 1 is.
Who's coming from Los Angeles? No kidding. Okay, well.
We also had November 1 for the Miramar. Are we not putting anything else on that date? That's risky.
It's a special hearing.
Oh.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is another date that is out there, November 1st, but that is a special hearing for the follow-up to the Miramar project.
Is there any appetite about that? No, we should just go with, okay.
I'm ready to make a motion for continuing this item to November 13th. I'll tell you why I want the November 13th. This has been a matter that We Watch has been seeking a hearing on for the whole 6 or 7 years I've been on the commission. And we finally got it approved in the work program for LRP.
Yeah.
And it's there, and it is covering two very important subjects, lighting and signage. It deserves our full attention. I'm very afraid that if we heard it on November 6th, we will spend a lot of time on the other things and run out of gas and continue it again. And I don't think that the folks that want to see this that they deserve that. And, you know, since it's late in the day, I can observe that'll be the date after the election. And, you know, we may have some commissioners that are drunk in celebration, or we may have others trying to leave the country on the next available plane. You know, you just don't know. So let's make it the 13th, and that is my motion.
Okay.
So,
and somebody can second all that, I guess. But.
Hang on.
before we proceed on the motion, let's again just ask for public comment formally.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, so it's on a motion to continue this to November 13th, and so is there any public comment on that? Because she's listening.
Ms. Emerson, go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to speak.
I understand. It's fine.
Yeah, you're on. Go ahead.
I understand why you need to do that. It's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay, closing the public hearing portion of this, and I think we just go to a vote.
Did we have a second?
Oh, do we have a second? I'll second it.
Did you want to specify location?
You okay with Santa Barbara? I know you don't want to. I'll buy you lunch.
You know, I have a 1-year-old granddaughter. I'm happy to be in Santa Barbara these days.
Okay, so Santa Barbara's part of the motion, and I think I grabbed a second in there. So I think we're just ready to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yay. And I would say our meeting's adjourned.
Are we like off the?
Are you what?